What's up there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Galaxy Battle Starter. Not a lot of games remaining, folks. We basically have the semis and the grand finals almost cooked up for you. But for now, semi-final time. My name's Sir Danny, joined here by Josh. And well, I believe it's a good time as any to take a look at the journey we've had here at the playoff stage. So, I don't know, Josh, thoughts, opinions? What do you think?
Yeah, it's been interesting, right? I think it's shaped up pretty much how we were expecting it to. I think maybe the one upset there is Fnatic on that left-hand side of the bracket. But me and a lot of the other talent had all kind of mentioned that the left side of the bracket was just that little bit top-heavy, right? The way that seeding works just meant that, yeah, there was some very, very difficult matchups over on that side, and unfortunately they did draw up against Aurora in that quarterfinal match. I think they could have beat anybody else, but Aurora just a little too tough on the day. That series went the absolute distance. We saw quad overtime on Train. We saw brutal rounds lost and won by both sides. But yeah, on this right-hand side of the bracket, honestly, Metasport have been this dark horse upset team. They're a good team that have, always had like a bit of equity in this playoffs, but they went into their opening match against Fireflux as the slight underdogs. They won it. They went into their quarterfinal match against Gun 5 as the definite underdogs, and they snatched that one away too. So I think they're out for a vengeance here.
Yeah, I will admit Metasport has been looking pretty solid here at the event, despite them, well, compared to some of the other opponents, they haven't really played that much CS, I'd say, these past couple of months. But now it's also a good chance as any to take a look at the veto. So I suppose, not that surprising, we got some pretty okay maps. I feel like Ecstatic actually going for the nuke pick, that's pretty sweet. Haven't seen a lot of nuke here at the Galaxy Battle Starter, so that'll be a nice change of scenery. Whereas, yeah, a map like Anubis, I still feel like it is a relatively decent map for both squads. In fact, it's not like both squads have a tremendous track record on the map. It just feels like Metasport, their past performances on it have been against some pretty okay opposition, including, the likes of Sangal, Nine Pandas, Gun 5, having some pretty close wins against the squads like Naviga. So fair enough. Looks like they are feeling confident about heading into this first map of the best of 3, but they could definitely use a confident start as well.
Alrighty, well, straight into the action are Static, not wasting any time trying to breach this B-bomb site, and they do so with brute force. Everybody chiming in for a kill right there. Lumi and Adam B without any options to wriggle their way back into this. It feels like they do just have to kind of cower away, see if they can take any exits, make the best out of a bad situation, because they are off to the back foot here on Anubis.
Yeah, it's also a shame. I mean, they get to pick this map right, Metasport, and I'm so sure they would have loved to dictate the pace on this map. The T side, Notorious, being pretty good for, a team to end T side Anubis with those 6-7 rounds. That's definitely in the realm of possibility. But I have noticed that a team like Ecstatic, again, they love playing those pistol rounds pretty fast. Anubis definitely lends itself to those fast pistol rounds, and yeah, Ecstatic. Great hit on the B-bomb site. Able to catch some of those players off guard, not expecting the push through the smoke. And the fact is, I mean, the B-bomb site is notorious for, the T side is pushing through the smokes as well. And the T is having relative success as well, considering how, at some times, those CTs are just out there in the open. But I feel like this is where Metasport, instead of just hands on deck, playing it safe, perhaps we'll see some aggressive plays.
You'd expect it in a round like this. I mean, they have gone a little bit Deagle heavy, so maybe not any crazy pushes, but aggression out of those 5-7s for sure. Just trying to beat a bit of a menace here in middle. Analele does take a tag from the spams, but he won't be too phased by it. They have gone... They're not too deep into a bonus round here, but 2 MAC-10s could be a bit of a problem. As it seems like Metasport have got the right read on this. They're stacking everybody onto this A side.
Oh, that's a really cool change-up. Whole minute left on the clock. It is a gamble to say the least, but may pay off hugely. Look at the ecstatic players at the doorstep of the A bomb site. Bomb carrier as well. This could be lethal, but Syra, what a great pickup on the first, struggling with the second. Still gets it across. Then, of course, you got Hampus, you got Plopsky. Prime position, damage dished out, and ecstatic. Oh, yeah, they feel the pressure. They don't want to be a part of this A-side hit.
Lucky for them, those rotations can be quick enough that they will be able to get to the B site without too many problems. I don't know, Hampus wants to add a spanner in the works there. And Christu, obviously, will clear everything out and get this bomb tapped in. Metasport are already hot on their heels, spamming through the wall from CT. Christu won't take a tag from it, but outnumbered and outgunned here. The Desert Eagles stomp right down, and it's the MAC-10 that has to get it over the line. Christu switches to the Glock. He's run out of bullets. It's a rifle versus the pea shooter, and Isaac, of course, prevails. Metasport take the second round, and they had no business in doing so.
Oh, they really didn't, especially if you consider that it was Syra that found the 2 opening frags on A side, and you're thinking, right, despite them having still an okay defense with those free players, I was surprised that Ecstatic in that round just didn't fully commit on the A bomb side. We still saw at least, a few players stuck there in middle. There was even someone far back at I think that might have been Unlele down there in bottom mid, holding off any rotations from the B bomb site. And I feel like Ecstatic in a round like that, they probably should have just grouped up, hit the A bomb site, perhaps with some better timings from mid as well. I feel like that could have been also a huge game changer, but is what it is. To a force by of their own they go. I mean, in terms of equipment, it's not too bad. But I feel like in a round like this, definitely use the pace to your advantage, and that is a great pickup. Adam B had no idea what hit him. The defense on the A side is actually pretty solid. I mean, they have 3 players, but oh man, look at the entering from Nut.
And the time to kill in these duels is just disgusting. Nobody whiffing, nobody making the mistakes you can't on entries like that, and what a wild way to start off our first semi-finals of the day here. Trading back and forth, relentless, neither team giving any space to the other. Metasport will be able to hold on to 2 rifles here. I can't imagine Ecstatic get too hungry on the hunts. But it'll be a forced buy back from them on their CT side without the loss bonus. Remember, if you remember they won that last round, it'll just be pistols and armor invested. And it'll be a tough task to get this next over the line.
That definitely will be. Neither team on having a significant economical advantage. In fact, yeah, in terms of money, Metasport in a very awkward position where double eco looms in the forecast. So perhaps it would be just better to try and go for a force buy of their own. I like the mobility as well that we saw in that second round, initially spreading out, having 3 players, I believe, in middle, which, of course, they could sense the danger, and once needed, make a swift rotation on Anubis's either the 2 bomb sites, which, again, rotating on the CT side is pretty difficult on Anubis. Sometimes those rotations can be super long unless you go straight to win some epic duels, and putting Metasport in a very winnable position.
Winnable indeed, and it would just be salt in the wound here of a bizarre start from Ecstatic. Remember, they're the ones with the pressure on them to take more rounds here on the T side, trading back and forth and breaking even at 6-6. Won't really cut it. Right now, TMB trying to pull off the impossible. 1 versus 3. They're all honed in on his angle. It's a good nade. It'll do a lot of damage, but the repeat will be met with a trifecta. Metasport right back on the board. I really wasn't expecting them to take that one, not against the rifles, but there was the 2 MAC-10s in play. And the perfect call to stack the A bomb site felt like all the stars aligned there for Metasport, but right there, it was just individuals.
Oh, man, I mean, we saw what happened there in Connector. It was a bloodbath. The Metasport players finding some absolute tremendous timings to push. Big kills being found. And suddenly the offense on TSN has a really difficult task ahead of them. 3v2. Cut off by the B bomb set as well. So grouping up becomes almost impossible. But in a round like this is where Static could definitely use the man advantage. Oh my goodness, look at this Metasport. 1:30 on the clock. They already have water control, and they have a very clear picture of the situation. No one in Connector. Could be someone in Bridge. There we go. Two-man setup is huge as Plopsky gets two.
Finally a bit of sanity. The team being able to string together two in a row. At least that's what you expect. It'd be pretty magical if Sira and Analele can pull together a round out of nowhere here. It's kind of been the Christu and Plopsky show so far. And that tank, that behemoth, already wiped out of this round for a Static. Waiting for that smoke to fade. Almost everybody in place. You got Adam B on the other side of the map, just keeping tabs on the A-bomb site, but they're pretty confident that a Static are going to try and walk into B, and they're absolutely right. Lumi's there for the double spray down. And Metasport showing us a whole lot of what we've seen from them over the past week. It's just sheer dominance and some real good composure in many of these situations.
And some really nice change-ups as well. Plopsky as well, 7 frags. Sure, early days, first half, but if we are talking about players you got to keep your eye on for Metasport, it's got to be, the likes of Plopsky, Adam B, though has been somewhat quiet so far. I wonder if when things get tough here, will Lumi even consider picking up the sniper rifle? Because from what I've seen, he used this to be the guy to pick up the sniper. Oh, looks like Hamp was a bit perplexed. He had none of his teammates backing him up there, but no biggie. Not that far away from his cadaver.
Finally, that nice and easy one. It's felt like every round so far has been incredibly stressful. That one, Adam B can come away with a smile on his face and a few kills to the tally. A good lead here, though. A very good position to be in. They're essentially one buy round away from making this a very good CT half. And they've got a real opportunity to extend that even further. It's their mad picks. You expect Metasport, if they're going to put their foot down anywhere here in the series, it certainly would be here on Anubis. But it has been a rocky road so far. Here come the AKs once again. TMB demoted down to that Galil, but I still feel like there's a sufficient amount of firepower for a Static to get this done.
Wow, it's already big frag being found. Look at the aggressive maneuvers outside B. He's got the intel and Lele, but does he have the aim? Good for one. The CTs can still be happy that outside B control is pretty okay for them. But more so than anything, Plopsky, he's feeling pressure. Being left by his lonesome on the B bomb site. He is aware of a potential hit on B. And this is where he needs his players to start gathering control in water. And there we go, Adam B and Hampus. They've already exited outside A. The question is, can they be quick enough? I feel like the answer is going to be a big no, because Ecstatic, right about now, deploying the utility, taking control of the B bomb site. The CTs really have to hurry up.
Oh, wow. Well, a man advantage, and that makes it a whole lot easier. Hampus. Instant to the trigger there. And 4 versus 2. Smoke will blow open there in CT. Sightline for Nut, who holds the line quite nicely. Gives Metasport a run for their money there on the retake. But they'll plug the bleeding. They'll take a 5th and yeah, keep things reasonably tidy in the process. Money's perfect here. They've got tons of cash. Reinvestments won't be a problem. What will be a problem for a Static is the fact they've only found 2 rounds so far.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a worrisome side. especially because Ecstatic, they need to do something about those aggressive plays from Metasport. This has been, what, the second time in a row we get to see the A-side defenders gathering the confidence, pushing outside A in water, not being contested the second time in a row. That is definitely a big mistake. Oh my goodness, look at the B-52 bomber bombardment in middle. In fact, a second huge frag goes the way of Ecstatic. Hold up. Is this what they needed? All they needed was a fast push through middle, and suddenly they have whole control of the bomb site.
Wow, okay, well, that's a bit of a bizarre recipe, but they seem to have found that Achilles heel of the Metasport defense. We'll see how long that remains the case. But you're right, yeah, they just found a little crack in the pavement there. They're able to jam their way in. For Lumi and Isaac, no-brainer to not touch this retake. There is a kit, there's a bit of util, but Lumi on that AWP, even though there's plenty of money to reinvest it, there's still plenty of rounds left to be played in the half, where that money can deplete quite quickly. So hold your horses. Come into the next round with a proper buy. They've still got the leverage here. But they will give up one, and that's an important round for Ecstatic, and important to keep 4 players alive as well. That pretty much instantly puts their economy back on track.
Massive victory as well. Barely an investment in the previous one. Lost bonus still looking good if needed. But yeah, you're right about it. Economically speaking, they're looking solid as ever. And this is where I wondered, when the going gets tough, will Lumi pick up the op? The answer is yes. Man, look at this. Plopsky in for the first point of contact. Despite Syra's pace, it's not good enough. And look at this. Hampus is already in water. He has sneaked through connector. Not a single T has spotted him at this position. Oh, it's huge. He will be good at least for 1 frag, but it's also the amount of information he has. Look at the smoke. The CTs, they're pushing back the Ts. That's a lot of ground they've just managed to control. And controlling it alone would be good enough. But the question is, Ecstatic, what will they do from here on out? Do they want to recover the lost map control? Or would they even consider, you know what? Maybe forget water, let's just hit that B bomb site.
Seems to be the plan. Maybe. I don't know, actually. The bomb's sort of second-guessing it. They're worried that someone's tucked behind this stairs smoke. Metasport will not be giving them an inch here at all. They had the opportunity to get aggressive. Of course, the smoke accommodates it, but with the man advantage, there's no need to. Hampus can just run down this clock. Well-timed incendiary, 30 seconds, burning away, and Isaac's managed to find the toe of Analele and put 5 bullets comfortably into it. Yikes.
Man, I mean, big X at that point. Love the aggressive play coming out from Syra early on. Despite that, I mean, ends up dying so quickly. And again, Metasport, I mean, they're playing Anubis in the way you get to see it in professional Counter-Strike, right? They are constantly being aggressive, always changing it up. They don't even have players like Hampus go out for the sneaky beaky play through all those smokes. Inside of water, he waits, gathers so much information. And to try and play their default, this has been by far the weakest point for Ecstatic. So again, they're changing up the pace. Plopsky good for 2. Isaac's there to back him up. Pure bloodbath and all that exchange. It's still Metasport with a lead. But Ecstatic, you're not going to waste any time. That's a dirty kill from Hampus.
Syra. To be honest, if there's anyone on this team you fancy in a 1v3 like this, it would be this kid right here. First on to Lumi. Bombs in sight. Has a good idea that there's one on the flank as well. And he is doing perfect work at isolating these duels. But Adam B knows he has to win that one, and he does so comfortably. Look at this again from Plopsky. Run boost fails, and he's just able to tee up 2.5 as soon as he does. you know that the round is chalked up already. 7 is far too many here for the CT side, and they've still got 2 chances to extend that lead even further.
Oh man, shout out to Plopsky. He's been so good at just constantly getting 1-2 frags almost every single round. It goes to show, I mean, he has been a big part of his team's success. Wow, that is a big change-up. TMB and company at the doorstep of the A bomb site. Lumi missing the first crucial shot. That's big. Ecstatic have the entrance towards the site. The frags, where will they go? Who will be the first to get the initial frag? It will be Adam B with 1, if needed 2. And you can see this is not looking good for the T's. They're wasting valuable time. The CTs, though, not fully committing. Right about now, I mean, you can still see that players like Plopsky and Isaac were at this very moment on the B bomb side, not believing this to be the final commitment. As the CTs are taking their sweet time, Hampus will dispatch of Christo, and a lot is riding on the positioning of Anlela out there in mid. Oh, no, it's not going down. Anlela, great pickup on 1, but now his position has been compromised. It will be going down, and Medisport, man, once again, a solid hold. This time it's over at A.
I actually really commend how meticulous Metasport are in that situation, because you're right, so much of the time, 4v3, you know, they had players ready to just crunch down as soon as that C4 started being tapped in. You do expect them to just do exactly that. But you had to remember, Lumi had an AWP, they're 2 players low on health, and very quickly that's how rounds go wrong, right? When you've got, especially Nut holding the pillar, if they do press a little too hard to try and deny that plant, they can get outnumbered just by the timings and the spacing. But you know, waiting for everybody to group up, hit that one together hard and fast. Works absolutely perfectly. Good trade there as well. Isaac not only will get the kill, but get the information that no one else resides into B main. And it is going to be the A hit, but perhaps that info comes a little too late, because it's already been lost. 4v4 retake on the cards.
Oh man, this is where things do get a bit awkward for for Metasport. The players right about now about to group up for the potential retake. I was so sure that someone like Isaac might make his way through water, but it looks like it will be just a push from Camera as well as Canals. But because the push is happening so late, the T's have been doing a stellar job maintaining bits and pieces of utility. And as they have to commit, they must do so through Molotovs, smoke grenades, flashbangs, and of course, big guns. And it will be the guns that save this one for Ecstatic. They finally get the 4th. Just take a look at how some of these rounds have been played out. I mean, no consistency. Well, or I guess you could say the only consistent factor for Ecstatic has been the inconsistency.
That's one way of putting it. I mean, we've seen a bit of consistency out of Metasport, that's for sure. That great little string of pretty much 7 rounds out of the 8 there played in the middle. But yeah, it doesn't fill me with confidence when, you know, Ecstatic throughout that entire half were not able to put 2 together at any point. Yeah, it was just kind of these changes of pace or these, you know, pocket plays that got them just about enough rounds to call it a decent half, but not really enough. There's a skin roll at the halfway point. Nothing too crazy today. Tactica Bishop, congratulations. You get yourself a 5-7 Violet Damio. We've seen some wild stuff over the past few days down here where you haven't been here. Someone got a knife. We saw the Orc Krakow come out. It's like $150. Yeah, right. We've had some cool skins.
Oh, damn. That's pretty cool. I mean, not only do you get the games, but a potential chance to win a skin as well. And if you want to win a skin as well, be sure to type in !Galaxy in the chat for your chance to win. We still have best of 3 upon us, so definitely expect at least one more second half, as there will be a second map. And who knows, a third one might be possible. Right now, things are looking dim for Ecstatic. They're on the defensive. In fact, a very unorthodox setup, I'd say, for Pistol Brown here on Anubis. Putting a lot of emphasis right now on the A-side hold that, unless they've done their homework, expect this might be a Metasport play. And hats off to them. Right now, as in every single pistol round, it's still going to come down to hitting your shots. And that smoke, at least for now, should delay the push. Nut being patient about it as well. Respect it. But
Yeah,
now,
you can almost guarantee Nut's done his homework. He was one of those kids at school that always did the homework and everybody else copies off of him. They've stacked up the site. Ooh, a bit bold to get aggressive through the smoke, and Adam B will punish.
yeah, that's peculiar. He wanted to get that intel, but if anything, it just been pushed down. Oh no, that's Hampus with another huge frag in Metasport. In a great position. B2K comes out for Cristo, but I just don't see it happening. No, that will not be the case. Metasport. Man, I kind of feel like, I don't know how I feel about that, that offensive maneuver coming out from Ecstatic. At one point, you feel like this could be a huge play, right? They have no intel in this round. So if TMB and Nut push out and they don't see a single T player, that's it. You make the rotation towards B side. You have a good hold, maybe win the round. But once those two players drop dead, that leaves the A-bomb site ill-defended. It, of course, gives a great chance for Metasport to overrun the site. And now with 9 rounds, already this is turning out to be a very scary second half for Ecstatic.
Flashbang popping over the top, Molly in towards Connector as well. There's Isaac. Just start to dial it back a tad. They are pretty scared of these sort of back and forth trade-offs, these second round force spires after what happened in the first half. So just keeping a lid on things, very important here. If they want to close this out without complications. Look how slowly, jittery Adam B is just clearing these angles, knows there's a decent chance that a pistol might be up close. He's absolutely right. He will just tee up the 1. Make that 2.
Good work from Adam, just scanning the bomb site. And as players appear in his crosshairs, boom, mouse 1, that's it. Now bomb plan is looking good for the Metasport and Ecstatic. Yeah, they know, I mean, they've already lost the bomb site. They've gone for a force spy as well, so maintaining even, you know, that 5-7. Well, thanks to Galaxy Battle, now I know what that skin's called. It's the Evil Daimyo.
Violet.
I hope that's how you pronounce it.
Almost, Danny.
Oh, Violet. Damn it.
Yeah.
I got the second part right. At least.
We're getting there. We're learning.
Listen,
Good stuff, though.
back the day. I mean, I knew a bunch of the skin names, but this is like 2015. I could name you every single skin of the game.
Yeah, this old man talking when there was only 6 cases. No, I feel you. I'm kind
mean,
of the same.
yeah.
I'm kind of the same.
I mean, AK-47 Predator. That's a skin. AK-47 Jungle Spray. That's also a skin. Safari Mesh. Bring any memories, huh?
That's a 3rd. This guy's on a roll.
That's a 3rd. I am.
I feel you, though. There's too many now. Even sometimes, for me, and I still play the game a hell of a lot, even sometimes I go into a match like this, someone whips out a skin, and I go, what the hell is that? So, I feel you. Alrighty. Plopsky. Nice early entry. It is just going to be the eco round here for Ecstatic. Remember, they saved a couple of weapons in the last, so it does sort of feel that little bit stronger. It should still be a breeze. That'll push Metasport onto 11. And they will just be a hop, skip, and a jump away from the finish line here on their map pick. And a dominant victory as a team that, as I said in the pre-game, have really been a dark horse here in the playoffs.
I feel like it's a fair shout. I definitely enjoyed seeing Ecstatic play. For me, this is a team that's not only relying on great individuals like Syrah. At the same time, I feel like this is a team that's done their homework. They played together. They tend to rely on each other when it comes to, even doing as simple things as committing to a bomb site. But man, oh man, Metasport is also delivering some really good Counter-Strike individually as well. And those individuals on that T side are so dangerous. 35 seconds though. We should be seeing an MP9 battle. Isaac, who's got the edge? It will be Zero. Good for one though. Adam B with a great response, and now 20 seconds. They need to commit on the side. The CT's not the best positions. TMP overwhelmed. And just like that, Ecstatic. No chance. Despite having all the players in the world, it's never going to be enough.
Well, do or die now for a Static. Rifles will come out, and it's all or nothing here. As we see 4 A1Ss, Christu, with the louder, punchier variant. And on the other side, Metasport, I mean, a couple of contingencies with the Galils, but they've got enough money to buy up around it again if things fail here. They've got a huge margin for error. A 7-round lead, 2 away from closing it. TMB. Oh, bombarded with a bit of an airstrike from nades. If that second one hadn't hit the rock, I don't think it would have killed him, but it would have got him down to just a slither of health. He's lucky to get away with so much there. But he does give up the mid control.
Oh man, I mean, this is a telltale sign that Ecstatic is frightened. They're scared to have someone playing up close in mid. TMB though, has backed away. Left the position unguarded. Given Metasport some good control in middle, and now the A-side defenders have to keep a close eye on camera. They would never know if someone's getting close, dangerously close in fact. But with 50 seconds left in the clock and no intel to work with, I feel like Ecstatic need to make something big. And the play they're making right now, 3 players pushing out the A-bombs. They're gonna clear out water any second now. And you also have the players peeking out from connector as well. This could be huge. They have intel that this is definitely not the A-side hit, but can they come in quick enough for the B-side commitment? Unlele, he's got intel. He thinks someone has to make their way out of Palace, and the T's, they're in good positions. Huge positions, in fact. But Unlele chimes in with 2. And is that going to be enough? 15 seconds on the clock.
Oh.
Bomb plant, maybe not necessary. Luby gets 1,
Wow.
and Nut takes the hit. Wow, what a round indeed.
It feels like Metasport have truly just hit flow state here after that little hiccup, the back and forth at the start of this. They have got the reins, and they are gripping them tightly. I was stressing the importance in the Fnatic Aurora game the other day, and the VRS points, and how much they mean.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in that one. Fnatic right on the cusp of the RMR qualification, and they lost a lot of points losing to Aurora, who are a little bit further down the table. The same kind of thing applies here. Both teams are, they're not within the qualification spot, but they're not far off. And, a win in the tournament here could propel them onto the edge. So important. And Metasport have climbed massively over the past couple of days with their wins against teams ranked higher than them. Adam B with a big early entry. But Unlele still got a little bit of fight in him here.
But I feel like Metasport is just toying with their food right now. Look at Hampus. Great position as well. The in-game leader can now dictate the pace of this round. He knows what's in mid, what's going on in A. He's going to make the right call. I mean, Unlele, unsure where to play from. I mean, he has to take care of connector as well as outside B. Like, this is so difficult for any player. And Unlele feeling the pressure right now. The play comes in, and just look at that. Clean clear from Metasport. Taking control of the B bomb set, and Nut one more attempt at a potential retake, but we know this round is over. This map is over, and Christo will try to give us a good run for his money, but 13-4 is the final scoreline, and man, oh man, what a great showing from Metasport.
Oh yeah, no doubt about that. Honestly, when Astatic took the pistol round and we sort of traded back and forth, and off the back of round 3, they found themselves 2-1 up, and with the economic advantage, I would have never, ever assumed that this would go 13-4. But lights out performance from Adam B, Propsky, and Hampus. Everybody chiming in and going positive there on Metasport. I guess as you'd expect. Over on the Astatic side, I mean, at least things are reasonably consistent. Everyone within 2 kills of each other, but nobody really stepping up. That is a very, very dominant way to start things off in the semi-finals, though. Metasport teeing themselves up to perhaps take one of those top spots.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely possible, and consider this as well. I mean, that's something you don't get to see every day. I mean, Hampus, map MVP, even though initially we were talking about, oh, look at Plopsky go, he's picking up at least a frag or 2 almost every single round, but Hampus was always up there, you know, he was also putting up some good numbers, and if your in-game leader is able to frag, he's able to go out there, perhaps, as we saw in the previous round, even take control of middle by his lonesome. He's got the confidence to hold that position, and he's thinking, guys, I know what's happening in this area of the map. Trust me, go B, go A, do whatever. And that is such a dangerous combo to go up against. But yeah, even though I thought this might be a banger of a first map, considering how close it was, you know, rounds being traded for one team, then the other, it still just ended up being a very dominant performance from Metasport. And man, they're already 1 up in the best of 3.
Yeah, dominant stuff indeed. And, you know, I don't know what to then make of map 2. I think we'll definitely see more out of Astatic on their own pick, but they've come into this series a little bit cold. They got 15 minutes to go and warm up, get their heads back in the game. Otherwise, they could be making not an early exit, but maybe an earlier one than anticipated. We're going to go to that 15-minute break, folks. When we return, we'll be waiting with the action. Don't go too far. You certainly don't want to miss it.
Welcome back, everyone, to our lovely best of three, or at least it should be so, because the first map was a pretty one-sided affair. I'd say, apart from the initial few rounds, nothing of interest did happen. What we saw was utter domination there from Metasport, but of course, it is a best of three, and there's always a chance for a comeback. My name's Sir Danny. I'm joined here by MNJ, and so jumping into that second map of the best of three, Josh, how do you feel about it?
I think Metasport are going to be feeling pretty good. Nuke is also a map that they play, and they play to a decent level. Static have been playing it a whole lot more recently, but Metasport have logged a couple of decent wins against some good teams as well. Nexus, Apogee, Sangol, just to mention a couple over the past few weeks. I did get a little bit of information from our wonderful observer Wanda in the break right there, that the RMR cutoff point is actually the 7th of April, so a week's time. Basically 8 days to rack up as many points as you can for both of these two teams. That means that the only 3 remaining events that you can get VRS points in is this tournament here, the A1 Gaming League, and the PGL Astana Close Quals, and also Blast Open Lisbon, but neither of these teams are playing within that. Metasport have had a crazy run so far in the Astana Quals. They're still in that. Static have been knocked out, but Static are playing A1 League, Metasport aren't. So there is actually an opportunity, even though both of these teams are out of the running, if either of them can go the distance, then perhaps there's a world that they can call it as an upset. Snatch away a major spot. Hampus tapping away, as is Plopsky. This is a perfect way to start off Nuke if they can close off this round.
Oh no, they don't see the players on the rafters. That's huge, but oh, okay, it looks like Isaac will be going down eventually. But I feel like TMB, so difficult for him to get out of this position. Will be ganged up upon, and Metasport, they do claim the first. And once again, I mean, Hampus, sure, just the first pistol. 2 kills, but it's already pretty sick for the in-game leader. As Ecstatic trying to go for a rather simple approach. Not having any of their players move in through HUD, which we just saw the Squeaky play. That's, again, something we don't get to see too often. But for a pistol round, I feel like there's still room to be a bit more mobile. I feel like once we do get to the gun rounds here on a map like Nuke, that's where, you know, mobility becomes a lot harder. It has to be so much structured if you want to achieve anything in a map like this. And so far, so good. I mean, look at the pace from Ecstatic.
Lumi. Tapping away. Has managed to trade back one, but yeah, this pace, this tempo could be a bit of a problem. Isaac, though, has put himself in a strong position to deny. Only takes one. But again, it's Lumi, the saviour, to drop down. Make sure things don't get out of hand. And Lele swaps out to the Tech 9, just about slips back through the double door in the nick of time. Head spotted, TMB with another. And a 2 versus 2. Not like this again, guys. My heart can't take it. It's all on to Lumi with 20 HP.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure Lumi hears the footsteps as well. He knows that they've already booked their way towards A side. Bomb plan looking good, and Lumi, yeah, he basically is just better off saving that kind of his TMB. Some great heroics in this round. Big frags being found. Love the change-up as well. I mean, I just talked about how don't always get to see, you know, fast plays on those gun rounds. Especially in a map like Nuke. I mean, it feels like teams definitely slow down to crawl to try and get, let's say, secret control of grid necessity. Even fighting for something like Ramp. For the most part, feels like got to slow down tremendously in T side, but Ecstatic feels like, no, I mean, nah, not in that round. We've got Galils, we've got some SMGs to work with, pistols, whatnot. Let's change up the pace, let's be fast about it. Sure enough, get the round because of it.
Wow, okay, well, we'll see a repeat of it. 1-1. Metasport, of course, will force back. They're on double eco otherwise, so all to play for here. Couple of rifles out, couple of 5.7s, a Desert Eagle. Hampus actually going to toss his M4 over to Lumi. Did good work in that last round, so fancies his chances with it again here, but the wall of smoke's outside. Hampus spams, won't deny. Isaac, though, through the clouds, does actually take an entry.
Big pick there for Lonesome Isaac. And you can see this time Ecstatic being a lot more careful despite checking in the sea of smokes. They've only allowed Lonesome Syrah to take control. And I like that Ecstatic, they're trying to play this one slow, but Metasport, they're going in for the crunch. Hampus won't be going down, but there are still players in lobby. They finally strike, and it's Adam B. Massive frags with the 5-7. Look at this. We're still seeing engagements in lobby, and they must because the bomb needs to be retrieved. And Lumi, timing is everything, and he's expecting. Oh, no. Oh, they just walked past each other. That's big.
Big indeed. Creeping his way forward, Lumi. Shouldn't be expected on this angle, but timing's everything. He's holding main. Now with that sound cue, that'll be his opportunity to just walk up, activate, double it down. It's actually Adam B to take one there with a FAMAS. But a bite right back from Metasport. We see a carbon copy of Anubis. These two teams, at least at the start of these games, just feel inseparable. Yeah, quick pause here. Ecstatic saying, what are we doing, guys? What is happening right now?
Yeah, this is where, if you're Ecstatic, you're starting to feel some pressure mounting on your shoulders. Again, second map, your map pick as well. Losing around like that definitely hurts. And let's be real, I mean, one of the great things about Metasport is that they are constantly being proactive. We saw them being proactive on the first map, second map as well, which, I mean, how often you get to see a lobby crunch from the CTs? That doesn't happen too often, but that previous round was a great example of how effective it can be, especially if initially you saw Isaac already eliminating one of the Ecstatic players, and the Danes, I mean, they cannot spread their resources too thin. Otherwise, you'll get pushed like that. So, back to the purchase we go. Ecstatic have gone for a full-on investment. It's not much, but even so, still have the 2 smokes necessary to get a cross-down secret. Hampus, the M4A1S in a great position to dish out some damage. Oh, and even better, kills. That's exactly what he's getting.
Two-man advantage. Isaac just tucked in this corner. Forced by wars. Look like they're about to end right here. The Static just been outgunned here in the fourth. It's back and forth, very, very short-lived this time round. CMB just walks into the waiting crosshair of Adam B, who's laughing. Seems like the energy's been high here. The vibes have been high throughout the entire series so far for Metasport. They're having fun. They certainly should be. Picking up valuable wins, racking up valuable points. And trying to bag themselves a spot in the grand finals here of Galaxy Battle Starter. There'll be an eco in the next.
Simple stuff in a round like this. I feel like they just have to go for this eco, get it out the way as soon as possible, and looks like, yeah, it's gonna be a very swift round. Running into the loving embrace of Plopsky, of course. Big frags. It's also great to see that, Adam B's coming to life, who has been, I wouldn't say silent in the previous map. It was just, he was just overshadowed by guys like Plopsky and Hampus. And if he's able to put up some big numbers as well, that CT side is looking mighty dangerous. And for Ecstatic, it's great to see they're back with another purchase. Checking in the early smoke to take some control of outside. That's definitely the name of the agenda for a lot of teams that play Nuke, that, at least initially, feels like you always just need to fight for some outside presence to get someone down secret. But look at this. Look at the CTs. Unlilla has the dispatch of Isaac, who is just, walks up trophy room. And the CT is playing this one super aggressively, and it's huge for Lumi. Gets 2 frags and the bomb to boot.
Puts it back into a 2-on-2, a round that felt like a little bit of a lost cause. But he's now got himself a good position. That AK just pops himself in a head angle, negates the fact that he's low on health. No one's going to peek into him. Instead, Analele will creep his way through the vents, negate that head angle by taking an elevated approach, but still loses the fight. Now it's all on to NutNut. He has info on one, but he doesn't have that bomb. Will be able to retrieve it. No one defending, but 40 seconds left. And Hampus, oh, this is disgusting. This off angle definitely shouldn't be checked. NutNut still wins the fight. And now 1v1.
Oh no,
too much noise.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, Lumi, he knows. Jig is up. He's gonna gun down quietly.
He's not going to be there to deny the plant, so...
Yeah. But, oh, lovely. Makes his way into control room without breaking the glass. Putting himself in a solid position. And Lumi, it's not like he has plenty of time to work with. I mean, no diffuse skid by his side. It means he has to be pretty quick about it. And 20 seconds have passed. This is where, yeah, he's starting to stress. Expecting the player to be in control room. Oh, but he gets the player through the doors. I think there might be just enough time with the defuse as well. So Lumi, that is some great timing for him. And NutNut, what can I say?
Wow. That comes very close. I mean, you can't put too much blame on NutNut there. I think he's done well in the clutch, all things considered. It's just a massive round out of Lumi. Yeah, 2 bullets needed for either player there to get that one done. And NutNut, I think the only thing he could have done differently was give that a couple of seconds, but I don't think he had any way of knowing that Lumi wouldn't have a defuse kit. With that smoke on the bomb as well, just adding a little bit of extra pressure. They won't make that same mistake again. Look at this, 5 kits coming out on the Metasport side. Knowing that that one came a little too close for comfort. Analele getting vocal hit in the timeout. You can see TMB talking as well. Saying, boys, we are losing control of this game. We've already stressed the importance of it. Static just on the cusp. That RMR qualification, I said they're already out of the Astana quals. It's this. It's a Sashi game tonight in the A1 League. That's all they've really got to prove themselves and propel themselves further forward. Right now they're running out of opportunities. 5-1 down, back with the Galil and those Tech 9s. Metasport teed up for a 6th.
Upskate. Some good work. Oh, but Hampus this time holds his own. Stops in the incoming flank. That could have been such a huge frag. A potential to hit the A-bomb set. Now this ramp play, it is sporadic, and I'm not sure if it's going according to plan for Ecstatic, especially now. Yes, they have taken control of the lower bomb site. Bomb plan is looking good, but the CTs are very quick on the rotate. It's Plopsky with 2 big frags once again. Unlilla almost guns down. But now he is just, yeah, in an awkward position to try and reload the gun in the middle of nowhere. And 6 rounds for Metasport. I mean, this has been... admittedly, you see 6 rounds, the CT side to think it right. Like, this has been, I don't know, easy for Metasport. I mean, far from it. Ecstatic is giving us a good show. It's just that they haven't done a good enough job to get a few more rounds across the finish line, and that's the scary part. Sure, 6 rounds CT side, that's lovely, but just the 1 round on T side nuke, like that's something you wouldn't see even. I don't know. Let's pull up an older reference. 2013 nuke. There we go.
You're not proving yourself, you're not doing yourself any favors. This old man narrative. naming skins from 2015, referencing 2013 Nuke. You really want to go back to 2013 Nuke? It's nostalgic, but it had its problems, Danny. It had its problems. We can't deny it. And then the desperate changes. They added the catwalk that went all the way along outside round to heaven. Oh, God.
Yeah, I recall it. Yeah.
Don't take me back, please. Feels like a punishment. Isaac also punishing here towards ramp. It's a double. Lines up a triple as well. Just pathing, aim, reaction, all perfect. Working in tandem. And TMB left for the 1v5. Last round is fair enough. This one here was the buy-up. This was supposed to be where they bite back, and they do nothing of the sort.
Yeah, this is awkward to say the least. I mean, Lonesome Isaac just gutting down these players. You're wondering that at some point, I mean, Ecstatic, they have 3 players. When they swing out wide, I mean, that's what you're hoping for. The wide swing. You take care of Isaac, suddenly got a chance to run down the lower bomb side. But I feel like right now, Ecstatic, a team that I touted for having some solid communication, good teamwork, right now I'm just not seeing any of it. So some of these rounds have been surprising in how they've lost them. I mean, that previous one was completely unsynergetic. And taking the tactical pause, respect it. I feel like you got to do it at this point. But man, oh man. I actually would like to see perhaps what we saw in that second round from Ecstatic. We saw that they managed to take some outside control pretty quickly. I'd love to see something like that again. Especially now with the CT side, them having Lumi on the sniper rifle. That could be a detriment for the CTs to quickly respond to a fast play in outside, but perhaps not around like this when, again, they have pistols to work with. If anything, you want to close the distance rather than increase it.
It's all posted up. Ooh, Sierra has actually managed to find that first, but Lumi is so patient, doesn't actually pull the trigger when he sees the first jiggle, waits for them to fully expose himself. Flashbang won't cause him problems, but he can't save Plopsky. And actually, maybe we do have some issues here. I said before on Anubis, it didn't fill me with confidence that the only rounds that Ecstatic were able to win were little change-ups, with the switches of pace, with the lower buys. We do see another one here, but it comes at a very important time, denying that 8th round here for Metasport and getting it done with just the Desert Eagles.
Yeah, and I feel like I thought in a round like that, Lumi might be the weakest link of the defense, but apparently Lumi was the one to hit the big shots. And so Ecstatic, great pickup. Christian with the sniper rifle, that's something we haven't seen for the entire half, it feels like. Love to see what he can do in a round like this. Hampus being completely blinded by the smoke. LA Smog Simulator right there. Hopsky and company still holding firmly onto the bomb site. Ecstatic doing a really good job of just pressuring A, and okay, Hampus, let's pick up the one. Plopsky being pressured from Mini, and oh man, they should check that position. Oh, Lube is able to get himself two. Out of nowhere, it's down to Lonesome Isaac, who has made his way through the smoke. That's got to be his kill. Oh no!
Wow. All right. Maybe, just maybe. This is the start of better things to come for Ecstatic. Both rounds have felt so fragile. That one there felt like one lucky bullet away from it going in Metasport's favor, but 7-3. The finances back rocking here for Ecstatic as well. AK's out, AWP on Christu. But Lumi drawing first blood. I mean, look at this. He's 14-2, Danny. The amount of impact he is having is unbelievable. And even with the multi-kill in the last round, they don't get it over the line. But here's another two-piece from him.
Yeah, Lumi. The player who, despite being the kind of dedicated opper for this team, don't always get to see him putting up some big numbers. This time, it's great to see him step up. Though the CT is probably aware that ramp has been neglected by the defense, so it's a good time to give it a checkup. See what's going on. Lumi is able to spot out the one, knows there's more players to come. It's Lumi again. Looking for more, maybe the four, perhaps a bit overzealous, but no worries. He's got his team captain right behind him, able to put up some big numbers as well. Hampus not slowing it down.
Yeah.
And surely, I was hoping that maybe Ecstatic can pull it off with the fourth, but anyhow, this right now to me, it looks like a potential 9-3 scoreline. If it somehow comes down to the 8-4, I'll say, all right. It's not great, but it's also not terrible for Ecstatic. It's still possible to come back even from an 8-4 on Nuke. 9-3, yeah, that's where they kind of lose me.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely with you. TMB responding with a better pace, but Lumi again, the guardian angel, watching over his teammate outside just when you think Plopsky's dead to rights. This sniper pops off again and again and again. A triple in the last. Another double right here. He's 18-3. He's no doubt the most valuable player on the server right now. And yeah, I'm absolutely with you. 4 rounds. If you can top it up with a pistol, then Ecstatic can be back in the running. 9-3 just feels a little too far gone. And I just don't know how you play against Lumi. He's been so versatile with this big green. And they have not had an answer for him at all. Keep stepping this ball and trying to force out the fight. Isaac will be there to finish it. A 9-3. That is pretty incredible stuff, to be honest, out of Metasport on the Ecstatic map pick as well, of all places.
Yeah, this has been a really great performance here for Metasport. So many big rounds, but yeah, I mean, still, initially I thought Ecstatic has what it takes to give us a good showing on this first half. T's side was looking relatively good initially, but at some point, I feel like they just trailed off. They kind of stopped playing with the same level of cohesion we saw in the past, and that was a bit, dissatisfying, as probably is for someone like Ezot to be dissatisfied that he has won just a MP9 food chain. But don't worry, guys. If you want to try and throw in your hand into our lovely, Galaxy Battle Raffle Bonanza, be sure to type in !Galaxy in the chat for your chance to win some skins.
Is that what we're calling it? The Galaxy Battle Raffle Bonanza?
Why not? Why not?
I like it. I like it. Okay, well, I think we've both alluded to the fact that this feels a little too far gone already here for Ecstatic, especially a map down in the series, but of course, there is still a glimmer of hope. A thin thread that they can clasp onto if they convert this pistol round, but it's all or nothing here. That lifeline adrenaline has to kick in, and they have to deliver us something special. A huge comeback required. And it has to start right here. P250 slips across, down to Secret. Here comes the ramp crunch.
Oh, this is huge. Nut. Big frag's being found. But he's not slowing down. Oh, man. Nut. Oh, Sidra, he knows there's one player. Oh, man. Lumi even looks right behind him. And, man, Nut. What a great round. Great hold. What a bust.
Okay. Big stuff. Massive round out of Nut, and even just, the little micros. And this, sounds like a minor detail and looks so easy when Sierra's just, creeping up behind. It's a bullet to the back of the head. But the fact that he doesn't waste any time or bullets on that, it's just nice and clean. Very, very important, especially with Lumi sort of checking his backside there. Could have very easily gone wrong. And fallen apart, but right now, a full eco here for Metasport. They know that they've got a huge margin here to work with. They don't need to play any risky games. They can give up a 5th here to a Static, still have a 4-round lead. Try not to feed the MP9s. There you go, Adam B. It's a nice shot to deny any extra cash farming. Only 2 go the way of the MP9, and here come the big guns back for the tees.
Yeah, quite early as well, so that's great to see. A fair amount of utility for Metasport. And I wonder what's going to be their initial approach. Now, you can slow down, try and figure out what kind of defense they could expect out of the CTs early on, though perhaps on an early round like this, it would just be a default, so nothing fancy. And if you do have a set strategy, this is probably the best time to use it if you are Metasport. Right now, just that 1 smoke for Red Container. We should see 2 smokes being followed up if they want to cross down Secret. Which seems to be part of the agenda. Oh, they even peek right before the smoke pops, and Cristo is able to pop out, but not a single frag. Luckily, 2 for Ecstatic, still doable. Man, he was, in a position to deal out way more damage. What? What is going on in this round?
No idea what TMB is doing there. I'll be honest, it's a huge mistake to think that he can jump around the corner like that. But it all looked so perfect. A lot of damage taken there from Nut. Poor movement, costed him health, but it won't cost him his life. This has just been chaos. The combo of the spam through the smoke, the HE, and then the poke up from Secret. It felt perfect. It felt like it was teed up for a triple. And instead, it just goes 1 for 1. It requires Analele with a spam to connect. For it to even slightly lean in their favour. And Lumi, who's on the verge of 20 kills at a 4 KD, is left with the 2 versus 1. He's been the man of the hour here on Nuke. And as he taps in those digits, 1 bullet's all that's needed onto Nut, who does just confirm that he is still lingering here in heaven. But where's the second? It's Sierra. He creeps up the ladder. First fight goes his way. HE will now reveal the location, but does a fair bit of damage. So he does have the advantage in the gunfight, but awkward timing and awkward movement. Lumi's there for both. And Metasport snatch it away again off of the back of the superstar here, who's now on 21 kills.
Oh, look at this. I mean, this round had more than a few awkward occasions. This was definitely one of them. TMB, I don't know what he was doing to try and sneak through there, use movement to his advantage, get a good position, but all in all, a very awkward round, I'd say, for Ecstatic in particular. But Lumi, let's not take away anything from him. Great 1v2. Puts his team on double digits. It's the CTs right now that a very awkward position where, yeah, they will go for the force buy, but fail here. We're talking about potentially 11 rounds for Metasport. And by that point, comeback for Ecstatic just seems almost unlikely.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's so bizarre. You see it on the replay again there, Sierra. The way that he goes about that 1 versus 1, right? He's got the health advantage. He should have some information on that. And he sort of puts it down to fate. When he makes the sound cue and he jumps across to the site, he allows Lumi to just get timing that wins the round rather than taking the fair gunfight. It costs them big time. Early man advantage here, though, will go a long way. Analele, one of the only 2 players bolstered up on a rifle, is the first to draw blood. It is a bit of a superficial A-take, a fake, where they'll reroute back down towards ramp. It's the scout and the MP9 try and hold this line. Nut going 1 for 1, might not cut it.
Oh, but it's Lumi still alive and kicking for Metasport. Oh man, the positioning is actually pretty good. The fact that the doors happen to open up, that it gives a chance for Unlele, and they have no idea at all. Unlele, no, he's been spotted. Oh my gosh, it's Hampus to save the day. And Zira, I mean, he's still in a good position. He might be able to cancel this bomb plan from ever happening, but they have the awareness. They know where he's at. This could be just one solid double peek. That'd be enough for them to win the round, but Zira makes his way out. Great flashbang, and now it's down to the 1v1. Hampus with the MAC-10. I'll get to work with it. Zira's making a lot of noise, so Hampus, he can just play the waiting game. He doesn't have to commit. Oh, you can see he's aware of it. The shadow as well, but it's not enough. And it's Zira to take the round.
He had me worried again there. He tapped the bomb and then jumped and opened the door. Sort of defeated the point of the fake defuse, but yeah, still manages to win it. Honestly, if Hampus has a rifle there, he takes that all day long. It's just the MAC-10 not doing enough damage. This is the highlight of this round right here, though. This was played to perfection by Unlele. He had a brilliant position. He had a brilliant idea and discipline there to not pull the trigger straight away. But unfortunately, just awkward timing with Hampus there in control. Cold as ice, no reaction from Zira, knows that that's just business. The 2v1 clutch was a must. The pressure's still on, but at least it'll be alleviated to some degree in this round. Metasport have run out of money. So Static can ever so slightly close this gap further.
See how possible that is. Ecstatic, like I said, great position. Proper investment. Should have no difficulty just dealing with some of these players on pistols. Yeah, Cristo still holding on to this secret position. That is such a key spot to be playing from. And right now, just in 4 frags, it goes to show that if you're a Metasport, that's probably one area of the map you might want to contest in the nearby future. This time, though, it's Nut doing all the talking. MP9 dispatches of 2. Remember, they were still at AK-47 at play in this round, and sad to say that once it's out the hands of Hampus, maybe Lumi can find something. Though that something might just be a singular kill, because apart from that, I just don't see it happening. Good start there for Lumi, but that will also be his end. 7-10. Ecstatic. Just a 3-round difference. Nothing major. But it's definitely the start they needed.
It's actually insane just how quickly these scorelines can close right up. You know, a 9-3 half that felt just unsalvageable. And now we're 1 buy round away from this effectively going 9-10, right? If Ecstatic can take this one, the 8th will be their way, and a 9th should come as a bit of a freebie. Lumi has something to say about that, though. Wants to stop them in their tracks. Big early entry. Damage being dealt through the smokes. Nothing too substantial. That will be, though. TMB takes a huge chunk out of Lumi. And Nut will be able to finish it off, but still a man deficit.
Yeah, has not even picked up. Okay, I think this is probably the first time he's on a real gun. Not that puny MP9. Though he has been making good work with the SMG. Now I feel like Metasport, after that initial engagement and even backing away from outside, have a lot more leeway here. Looks like Klopsky will just remain on the flank, though I say that. Tries to challenge TMB. Doesn't really work out for him, and despite the early advantage, Isaac, he's got to help out his buddy. He's there. Oh, but the nade is good as well. Bomb will be retrieved. Isaac. Not a lot of time to work with as well, but I wonder if he plays his cards right. Maybe this is doable. Flashes come in, but yeah, not aware of Cyrus' position. Give it Ecstatic, the 8th.
Oh, that HE grenade just throws such a wrench in his plans. If they have the leverage of just having a second player alive there, even if he is on low HP, it goes such a long way. They had a huge advantage in this round, and they just throw it in the bin, gifting Ecstatic those individual gunfights. Isaac had the right idea with the double flashes. Problem is, Sierra, that far right corner, can use that ledge, use those rafters to just play somewhat of an anti-flash while still holding the angle. It's back down to the pistols here for Metasport. This would be a bit of a crazy round to convert, but we've seen it plenty of times in the past. Chris Duzor. Vision obscured. HG comes a little too late, but Nutnut's there for the first. And the second. Good trade.
Oh man, what is going on this round? I mean, so far, good success, maybe major success for Metasport. We're down to the 2v2, Josh, and I mean, you got Plopsky, Alive and Kick You, Lumi. This is a dangerous combo, and Plopsky nails the head of Christo. It's all up to Sarah. He has been good at the clutch department. This one still work out for him. 2 players quite low at HP, but the peak comes out. Oh, but it is Plopsky to clutch it out for Metasport. Big round for the team, and a huge round individually for Plopsky.
I might have jinxed that one right there. Sorry, Ecstatic. Ridiculous from the Tech-9s. Normally rounds like this all come down to the entries. This wasn't the case at all. Nutnut found both to start this off. It was the trades that were crucial. And the space that was gained off of the back of it. Ecstatic just a little too slow, rotating down to that lower bomb site. And it's going to break the money as well. The difference between the scoreline going 10-9. The money looking good and things being comfortable. To Metasport being 2 away from the finish and potentially facing just back-to-back scrappy Force Spires out of the defense to get them there. Series point on the horizon. Qualification to the grand finals within touching distance. Nobody wants to be the first man to make the mistake here.
So important. Not to make a mistake. Christo, the scout, so far has been the most underwhelming player on the side of Ecstatic, and again, he's at the forefront, first line of defense. Luckily, though, it's the A side we need to talk about. Metasport players just swarming the site, doing some really good work. Big frags being found, bomb plan looking good as ever. Christo's still trying to take the high ground. If they time this right, maybe the player in Garage can still find a frag, but it is Isaac to get one. The scout is dishing out damage, but it simply won't be enough, and Unlele in an unwinnable position.
Certainly feels that way. Best he can hope for here is maybe an exit frag and a secret weapon to go into what would more than likely be the final round of this series. You can see the disappointment on his face. They had the ball rolling. Some wheels on this comeback after a disastrous first half. It quickly fades away. He'll survive. He'll bring that Kevlar into the next, but with $2,000 in the bank, the best he can ask for, really, is an MP9. Somehow he finds himself an AK right at the end. Where was that? Did that get blown over to him? That's a bit of a prize.
What?
A silver lining.
Yeah, I
literally picked it up in like the final tick before the round cut off.
Wow, that's sick. I mean, that's great to see that at least one rifle is at play. But at the same time, man, Ecstatic, you need to pull something out of the hat. Something huge.
Diana Lele, man. Big multi-kill.
Yeah. Has been somewhat okay here in the first half. Nut, can't blame him. MP9 has been go-to choice, and he has been really solid with the SMG. But it's sad to say that Sarah's the first player to go down. He just went for, I think that was the hut push. No backup at all, just hoping to find some good timing. Perhaps an act of desperation, and at this point, I can't blame Ecstatic.
Yeah, through our rose-tinted goggles, it feels foolish, but you do just feel like you have to take initiative. You do have to try and catch your opponents with your pants down in rounds like this. 5-7 will always be bested by the rifle. if you play them at their own game, but tucked behind the box, crispy and fast. Rifle follows up. I said Analele had to find a big multi here, and he's only good for the one. Nut already down to the lower bomb site. You've already sung the praises about how good he's been on this SMG. He's got to deliver just one more time here to extend play for a Static.
Oh gosh. It is Nut on the lower bomb site, and despite the range, I still feel like he's a player who could find 1 or 2 frags with that SMG, especially now. I mean, 15 seconds. You have to be quick about it. Nut able to get himself 1. Damage is not enough in this case, and now TMB, by his lonesome, gets himself Adam B. 2 players to find. No kit to work with as well. I feel like this is just an unwinnable round, and just look at the peak. That will be the end of that. Metasport with a very great performance here on this second match. I mean, phenomenal performance on the first half. Great CT defensive, and in general, when it came to the T side, they just looked so good throughout this entire best of 3.
Honestly, I was not expecting this series to be anywhere near this one-sided. It has to be said, I think Metasport have had a slightly harder run here in the bracket so far, so maybe a Static will be somewhat happy with a semi-final finish, but as I say, considering the points that they need and whatnot, and considering how few opportunities they have to get there, this is not going to be a happy day for them. They've got another game against Sashi later that will be a little bit of a must-win for them here. Lumi, of course, the man of the hour, though. 27 kills in that second map. We've already found our first grand finalist. And yeah, as I say, I just wasn't expecting that game to be a 2-0. I thought if either of the series were going to be a 3-mapper here today, it was going to be this one.
Yeah, it felt like this had so much potential for it, right? I mean, Metasport has been a team that at one point, we're looking pretty solid as ever. Though these past couple months, they haven't, I guess you could say, a bit up or down, but this is a team that may not necessarily have the highest of high ceilings, but it's a team that definitely has a very solid floor, and already it goes to show that they're starting to build up, some consistency, which in this level of Counter-Strike is so hard to do because it feels like, your style might change from map to map. They could also have to face the difficulty of, facing off opponents who maybe played against 1 or 2 times, who may not necessarily, respect the fundamentals of how to play CS2. So I feel like right now, Metasport has found themselves a good fitting, at least in this tournament. They're looking pretty solid. Again, let's not forget, they're also doing some pretty good work when it comes down to the PGL Astana qualifiers. So this has been, a pretty good week for Metasport. They're going to be quite happy about it. And Ecstatic, even though we were hoping for a banger of a best of 3, still, they also had a pretty okay performance coming into here, still securing a spot in the semifinals, still getting at least a good chunk of change. Though I felt like this was one of those teams that could definitely, maybe even win out this best of 3. I kind of felt that they have what it takes to do so, but apparently today won't be that day.
Although it wasn't a banger match in terms of it sort of going the distance and being contentious, I think it was still a banger match in its own ways, right? We saw absolute masterclass out of Lumi there on that second map. We saw some fantastic rounds there on Anubis too. I think that's honestly, if you're a team that is struggling with Anubis, that's a demo to go and watch and say, yeah, that's how you play it. We saw, Metasport just schooling a Static there on map 1. And I think that they're going to be feeling confident going into the grand finals. They've had a fantastic run so far. They've beat some of the best competition in the tournament. On that other side of the bracket, though, there are 2 scary teams, either one potentially waiting for them. It's Aurora and Eklot. It's going to be our second semi-finals a little bit later this evening. These guys are within 1 world ranking point of each other, right? We're 47th and 48th in the world. And as a result of that, they get invited to all of the same tournaments. So over the last 6 weeks, these guys have played 12 maps against each other. They've got a huge sample size. They've got a huge rivalry. And I think that one should really deliver as an interesting game as well. I'm excited for that a little bit later. I think that's at 5:30 this evening, or 5 o'clock perhaps this evening. So yeah, sort of strap in for that. But it is going to be a long break before we get to that one, Danny.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a banger, guys. You should definitely tune into the broadcast for that one. But yeah, we're gonna take a bit of a break. It's gonna be almost a 2 hour break, and once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you our last semifinal here at Galaxy Battle Starter. It's going to be Aurora versus Dynamo Eclod. Be sure to take a break, guys. We'll do so as well, and see you soon.
I keep up with the wolf pack, I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands like flip that. I keep up with the wolf pack, I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands like flip that. I keep up with the wolf pack, I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands like flip that. I keep
Hello there, folks, and welcome back to Galaxy Battle Starter 2025, last semifinal of the day, and of course, the last best of three for us to cover. My name is Sir Danny. I'm joined here by MNJ, and well, we talked about earlier in the broadcast how our previous semifinal was, well, at least we were hoping for it to be a banger, but at least this time around, I mean, this has got to be, it has certified banger written all over it. It is the Aurora versus Eclot matchup, guys. It is our second semifinal game, and man, I mean, Josh, heading into this best of three, what are you thinking?
Well, I kind of sort of touched upon a couple of things before we went to the break about just how many times these two teams have played against each other. We'll just sort of have a quick look at the bracket there for a recap. Anyone that missed that static game. They got absolutely rolled. Metasport, a team who, at the start of the year were in pretty good standing. They then had a real rough patch, ended up knocking themselves out of the sort of RMR realm, and then have been on an absolute tear here and in the Astana Quals, racking up some big wins, some big points, and are now in a very, very good position. And now we're here in the grand finals. But yeah, focusing on the game at hand, I said before, in the last 6 weeks, these two teams have played 12 maps against each other. They are 1 point away from each other in the world rankings. They are pretty much as even as it gets. Now, Eclot recently have actually statistically been very good. Now, bizarrely, I covered both of their games in the Astana Quals. They got smoked by Wild Lotus, got dropped down to the lower bracket, and lost to Iberian Soul as well. And it was quite disappointing. Sort of covering that game, I really didn't feel like there was much out of them. But their matches so far here in the Galaxy Battle playoffs have been very good. So it's sort of like they're saving the best for us here. And perhaps they've still got more in the tank.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping from this team, right? I mean, shout out to them as well. I mean, they managed to win the Yala Compass Winter 2025 event. First place against Big. Obviously, that was a super tight game and whatnot, but they're still going up against the likes of Big, a team that's still, playing in those international tournaments, still have a chance to attend some of the big tier 1 events. And that's a pretty big scalp to take. But then again, like you mentioned, the fact that this team is still losing out to Wild Lotus, Iberian Soul. I mean, Wild Lotus is a team that is basically checked out at this point. And the fact that Eclot is not able to win against them, let alone do it convincingly, it is a bit of a scary sight. Whereas Aurora, I feel like a team that has been more consistent, not necessarily reaching for the same heights, but just being more consistent. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see whether Eclot can definitely bring their A game, especially here in the semifinals. It matters oh so much.
It certainly does, but we are underway with Mirage, and it doesn't seem like it. Don't worry, your screen's not frozen, just nobody is moving. It is dead patient here, especially from MBQ and the Eli, just holding for any kind of A aggression as the bomb made a bit of noise there towards the B apartments. Now they're going to come and join the party, and it will be a 5-man execution here to commence on the A site.
They're still taking their sweet time, though. The tease, there we go. Smokes come in. Good time is ready to commit the flashbang here for Clax. He's able to clack down one player. Was so sure he's gonna get way more out of it. Grix, though. Oh, that's a great headshot on one. Patsy's still in prime position in sandwich, and just like that, the Eklot offense falters. Good positioning there from Aurora as well. Love the flashbang there for Klax. I mean, Flash comes in, Klax knows exactly what to do at that point. And, you know, not only is he able to gather lots of intel, do a decent amount of damage, but he's able to stall the push for the eventual, you know, rotation to come in from the CTs.
I'm not sure if that was anti-stratting there out of Aurora or just a good read on the situation, but Eklot just weren't fooling anyone, right? This whole, like, early three-man setup in the apartments did absolutely nothing. And Aurora just had the numbers, you know? It wasn't even, you know, Klax was traded 1-for-1. It wasn't even, you know, a shutdown on the entry or anything. It was just 4 players ready. And, yeah, you're not getting past that when you got the USPs, the Julies, the P2K, all with the crossfires. Pretty impossible task. Round number 2 looks like an impossible task as well. It's 5 Glocks, nobody investing a penny. That pistol round was a complete flop. No bomb plant, only a single kill. There's no cash to justify going for any kind of investment. Mikey, look how close he is to his monitor. That's how he hits those crazy headshots. He can basically taste them. He's definitely going to be one to look out for today.
Yeah, definitely one of the better players here for Eklot's side, him and Forsey. It feels like if those 2 players are able to have a great game, it feels like Eklot shouldn't have any difficulties making it close, competitive, or maybe even winning the map outright. Except that not under these circumstances. No. It was just a simple eco. Forget about it if you're Eklot. Time to focus on the big round.
I think that's actually a theme that kind of resonates with both teams here. And I know that this is just something that comes with, yeah, having a star player and whatnot within a squad. But yeah, for Aurora, Grix absolutely makes or breaks this team, right? Either he has a good day and they can pop off and beat anybody, or he has a bad day and it is sorely felt. And the same goes the other way around. Mikey and Forsey are 2 massive pieces of this Dynamo Eklot team, and if they go missing, then there isn't a whole lot that they can do to pull wins together. Minute 35 on this clock. Already, Eklot have deployed their smokes into middle and taken a bit of leg room off of the back of it. Mikey by himself venturing down. It's a dangerous game, but he could be dangerous on the pincer as the rest of the team are about to execute.
We might even see a similar repeat. Wonder if Klax is going to get a flashbang from one of his teammates. There we go, Flash comes in, but not going for the peek. The Flash is simply not good enough, but the MP9 is still up close, and it's dangerous as he jumps in for one. Oh my goodness. Grix is there to back him up. And that's it. Again, a repeat of the first pistol round where they get absolutely demolished entering the A-bomb site. And no success for Eklot for a second time in a row.
This is not filling me with confidence. This is not at all. I said before, we've had this matchup over and over again, and each time it's actually delivered different results, but Aurora have come into this game with some real confidence. We saw that confidence coming out of them against Fnatic the other day as well. Still early doors, too early to call anything just yet, but they're hardly taking casualties. They have 1 player. We're in round number 4. There has been 1 death on Klax. I think that's quite a statement.
Okay, Mike and company. Making their way to the underpass. Kenzie with a bit of a delayed response, but not too bad. Still, you got players on the high ground, including Patsy. They've completely swept those players under the rug, and yeah, sure, you still have MBQ and Forsey for mating, though. Yeah, not expecting much out of the remaining T players. But Aurora, I mean, they're eager to get some kills. I mean, think of the B-side defenders. They have no impact in these past couple of rounds because just no one is going towards B. So this is where maybe Eklot should consider to try and go for a default setup, spread out, look for some opportunities instead of just committing for the early exec, as we saw on the A-bomb side these past couple of rounds. And let's not forget as well, mid is definitely the possibility. And one thing I'm definitely excited to see is the AWP battle of Grix versus Forsey. Now, we did see that Grix was mainly playing towards the A side of things from CT spawn, but this time he's in mid, so we might see some early fights here.
Dropping down, Forsey knows that this is a powerful tool, and in his hands can do some serious damage. Hitchy into short. Actually, doesn't do anything. Patsy just manages to slip into ladder room before it explodes around that corner. But a little bit slower here from Eklon. Not just sending Mikey down mid by himself. This time he's got support from Underpass. Winding down this clock. Bomb's been recovered. Seems like it's going to be a B split here, but with a minute still on this clock, they have got options.
One of them, has been just denied. Patsy with two massive frags goes in for a third. I guess he was anticipating also the molly in ladder by any point. This is looking pretty good for Aurora. Hold up, Mikey. Oh man, he was so close. There we go. Finally makes his way in window. Such a powerful position for the T side to cut off any rotations. And you can see Norway is expecting a player there. What?
Oh, Mikey. That's absolutely what he's capable of. This is what we're talking about. A force to be reckoned with. One to watch out for. Because just when you think you're safe, he'll remind you that is never the case. AWP. Rattles off the shots, won't connect it. Forsey returns the favour. Clax now coming in from short. Has a chance at this 2 versus 1. But after Patsy found the double entry, you wouldn't expect them to be in this position. Does spot the cross. Does he know that they're both here to the left? It doesn't seem to matter. He's going to pull the plug on this round. Doesn't want to touch it any further. He'll get away. He'll hold on to that AK, the kit, the flashbang behind him. The Kevlar and helmet on his back and head. See if he can grab an exit. There you go. Nice little freebie. Will escape the waiting jaws of the Orc as well. So first on the board for Dynamo Eklon. But still composed. Clax has got 10k in the bank. No doubt we'll see another strong buy here for Aurora.
I wonder which replay we're going to see. I mean, fair enough. This one's pretty cool there from Patsy. But man, this. I mean, Norway. He was doing a really solid job at it as well. Lights go out as well.
Fades to
Quite
black.
literally.
You can't help but feel, I know that we're dealing with, like, especially in slow-mo there as well, we're dealing with very, very fast reaction times. You can't help but feel he's a little bit slow to the trigger on that, you know? Mikey was already low on health. One bullet there would have done it. It seems like he was either just asleep at the wheel, maybe checking the minimap, focused on something else. But converting that kill would have made all the difference in that round, and he can't help but feel just that little bit responsible for it. Either way, it's Patsy to open up proceedings again. Early man advantage. Everybody with 1 death on the board. Grix has 10 frags.
Yeah, just lots of impact from Grix. But Patsy as well. Shout out to him, constantly, just peeking and probing, finding frags, backing away. I mean, it feels like for this entire first half, at least, so far, it has been Aurora that has been consistently getting that initial frag. Clax, solid player on that ramp defensive. Oh, timing could be important, but he manages to just sneak past through. Oh, but he's not quick on the trigger. It's the in-game leader to pick up a big frag. Rix now, time for him to shine. Oh, what do you live? White Swing, CS2 style. And MBQ also picking up a frag on Kenzie, so despite Patsy's best efforts, it's all up to Lonesome Norway. 1v4, so many players to find, and this time, it's going to be a fade to red.
Better stuff. Love those double entries as well. I think there's been, a lot of shade cast on eLive recently with just his poor individual performances in terms of the numbers he's putting on the board and stuff. But I think it's just wrong to criticize NIGL. Now, let's be honest. Yeah, it's been bad. His ratings have been bad. His firepower's been bad. But it's wrong to criticize an IGL when he's constantly manufacturing these victories, right? He's calling brilliant games of CS, and every now and again he'll have a little flash in the pan and find big entry kills like that as well. You love to see it, because it can sometimes be a little bit of a rarity for him. But it gets the wheels rolling on that round for sure. Grix spotted through the fading smoke. Daitor's there to capitalize, put things back into a 4-on-4. But they won't retain any of the map control that they took there in mid. They'll completely back it up, and now just sort of lingering around T-spawn.
I feel like it's a shame there wasn't a better support system for Grix there. I mean, great to see him try and go for the initial frag, but somehow you need to get that player back to safety. Surprised he survived for as long as he did. Daitor, this kind of fight also important for the T side and CTs as well. But as we can see, NBQQ has managed to sneak past through this time. No clacks to appear in his face. In fact, he's given so much leeway here that there is a big problem. I mean, he has just sneaked past through clacks. He has no idea what has just happened. Oh, but forget about it. Norway somehow gets the better of the player, and I feel like they're putting a lot of emphasis on this A-side hold. Patsy, it's a good thing he still has an angle, at least some damage inflicted. Good damage, in fact. But that will be a bomb plant for Eklot right now.
Another opportunity to convert around. Everybody fragile, treading on eggshells with such low health. Norway doesn't even care, doesn't discriminate. Orc bullet. We'll only need the one. HG will, though. The Eli wiped out by the high explosive, and Daitor all by himself. Yeah, knows that he needs to take that fight with Kentz to give him a little bit of wiggle room. And he doesn't win it. So it will be a 5th on the board for Aurora. Big stuff out of Norway. That's his first 3 kills of the game. Finally putting himself on the board after a slightly slow start. But Eklot are finding successes now, right? This has gone from being a complete flop and a very poor start to even in rounds that they're not winning like this. You know, they found the bomb plant, they found the entries, they brought it into the 3-on-3. There was certainly something there. And they'll come back with the big guns again.
I feel like as well, I mean, NBQQ was in such a great position. I was so sure his fake is going to work out. Maybe he's going to catch Clax off guard. But apparently he got shut down by, I think it might have been Passio or someone else from Aurora. And that's it. I mean, that potential fake, that winnable round was done so in just a few seconds. But this time, it's a new day. It's a new commitment on B. A full exec, in fact. 4 players at the ready. Not a full rotation from Aurora, though. They're still keeping 2 players at short, and I'm not sure that's going to be enough, though. Patsy, despite his best efforts, the bomb site falls into the hands of Eklot. Bomb plant looking good as ever. 2 players still stuck in kitchen. And I feel like some of these post-plant positions on B bomb site are so hard to go up against. If you're Clax, if you jump out the window, that's it. So many angles to check. And I feel like it's just not going to happen, though. They are attempting it, it looks like. Clax is going to make his way through. He spotted NBQ, but yeah, look at Mikey. In his position will seal the deal. Oh.
No. You have to pause for a second there. Just wonder, but it will be the round go the way of Eklot. They've discovered this weakness in the defense of Aurora. It's this B bomb site. Consistently, they're able to squeeze their way through, trade evenly, and fend off the onslaught, which is that retake. So we'll put a 3rd down. It actually really breaks the money of Aurora here as well. You've got 3 MP9s out. If they don't win this one, then that huge economy that felt just unbreakable shatters into pieces. They'll be on an eco in the next, and we'll actually see this scoreline tie up at 5 apiece. So there's a lot of weight behind this one.
Op on op action. thought this might be the first time Grix goes up against Forsey. Not gonna happen just yet. I feel like in a round like this, Grix, he has to be proactive. Like we saw a couple rounds prior. Him pushing underpass, looking for an early engagement. This time, no success in the window position. But him keeping a close eye on B is still good. That means the remaining players can focus more towards middle, as well as the A side. Patsy has been a stellar player. I wonder if Kenzie can give the same level of success. There we go, gets the first, but solid trade from Mikey. Nori is yet to reveal his position. That smoke is about to fade, and once it does, Nori, he should get himself at least one. There we go, picks it up. Oh, a player right in front of his face. A 2v2 ensues. Mikey has control of the bomb site, but that will be a huge upshot by Grix. And now Mikey's down to the 1v2. He sees the player up close, gets behind Sandwich. Does he want to engage them right now? He will as he isolates the duel, gets himself one, but not enough for the second. And Patsy, damn, he's been such an impactful player. Hit the vape, my man. You deserve it. Stressful round. In it.
In it. Wow, yeah, staying super composed there, Patsy. Absolutely love that. Eklot tried to switch things up a little bit. Go for something different. They anticipated that Aurora would try and reinforce things there towards B. They were right. Mikey just couldn't quite get it over the line. Crosshair an inch too far to the right. I stress the importance of that round win for Aurora. How it would have financially broken them had they have lost it. They're still not in a great position with the money. With 4 falling in that last, and those rifles just being a little more expensive for the CT side. We will only see 2 FAMASs and an MP9 around these premium weapons, but good stuff from Daitor. Tech 9 off to a flying lead. Ooh.
This is looking super good. Grix with 1 response, but ZBQ is a tad bit quicker, and now bomb plant. It's coming in. Daitor up close with the Tech 9. So much damage inflicted. Oh
no!
Jeepers. That's a bit problematic. I feel like this gives a chance for the CTs to crawl back into this. I mean, they gotta isolate the ramp player. That's so important. And Mikey's still on the bomb site. Oh, he's in such a powerful position. You gotta flush him out with some bits and pieces of utility, but it's not gonna happen. It's just the smoke, and now Mikey can... Okay, he's gonna go for the jump, but Patsy...
I mean, MBQ will spam, and yeah, Patsy being low, there's no way out of that, but for a second there, when he wins that first fight, you think, ooh, there was a world. If MBQ had kind of tucked himself a little bit deeper into ramp, maybe that could have gone sour. That's just such a mess. Outside a connector, a messy round overall, but one that will go Eklot's way. And at this point, I don't think they care how they come by them. They just need to put 1 or 2 more rounds on this board, call this a good half, and focus on their defense. Final couple to play with. Aurora force up here, so it's 257s, a Deagle, a FAMAS, and an M4. It'll be much of the same in the next if they can't win it. But a decent trade to get things started.
Can't see long range. Quite the doable weapon, but with that Molly coming through, 2 players out of the equation, at least for now. Eklot getting that bomb planted. Oh man, Daitor's going for the aggressive play. He knows there's another one behind the cinder blocks. And I feel like that's it. I mean, again, Eklot's strength these past couple of rounds, it has been the fast plays. Initially, when they tried doing them, we saw that they got absolutely wrecked. It felt like Aurora just had the right positioning to counter such fast plays. But these past couple of rounds, I mean, it goes to show that Eklot has been moving with much more perseverance. It feels like that the players have been moving up so quickly that there's not really much of a response from Aurora. Trying to salvage some weapons, to dish out some more economical damage to no avail. Yeah, that's gonna be it for this half. I mean, 6-5 scoreline. I feel like Eklot might be giving us that 6th.
It's right on the horizon. Only got to overcome this low buy from Aurora. I'm kind of expecting something a little bit different from them here, given the weaponry that they have. And that's exactly what we're seeing. A 4-man stack onto this A-bomb site, getting super aggressive early into the palace position. Norby up close to ramp as well. They've got a good opportunity to just isolate these two fights. It's exactly the same setup as what we saw before, with MBQ and the Elive just playing very passive, waiting for this push. Aurora will back it right up. MBQ. I know I'm kind of minimap casting there, but I can't believe he's pre-aimed that the way he did. You can see him jiggling there on the icon. It gives him that man advantage. Very meticulous about this.
Yeah, this round feels like Aurora has just run out of ideas. Players just peeking out. I mean, love the fact that, again, Norby dies, fade to black instantly. And,
it's kind of weird. I wonder
Fancy
what,
moving
like,
up.
his settings are for it to do that. Like, Daito. Yeah, just making light work of this. Kenty with the scout doesn't want to use it. He'll swap out to the Desert Eagle. Long range fight. Back to the sniper. Back to the Deagle. A little bit of a switcheroo. But no casualties there in the final round of the half. Eklot tied things up at 6 apiece. They went 4-0 down. And at that point, we were singing all the praises to Aurora, right? That, you know, people hadn't died yet. That's how crazy it was going into round number 4. I think they had like 1 death. From that point forward, it seems like we jinxed them. They had a bit of a rough time here. And Eklot are right back in the picture.
And of course, our skin opening bonanza, and this time around, the lucky winner will get himself an AK-47 Nightwish that is going to be Drivey. So congrats to Drivey for winning out the skin. And if you guys also would have a chance to win your skin, type in !Galaxy in the chat.
I used to have a Steam group, right? Me and some friends, and it was called like the Shitwish Club, right? And it was to join, you had to have an AK-47 Nightwish battle scarred, but it had to be worse than a 0.95 float. And we basically bought up all of like the most, because they look hilariously bad when they're that battle scarred. They're like, it's a skin that really doesn't wear very well. And yeah, we basically bought up like all the most battle scarred ones that we could find on every market, and we just had like, yeah, just all of us. We all just rocked this terrible, awful looking skin. But it was beautiful. The club. All right, Jawlies. Oh, Daito. Only 1 for 1. Exactly what we saw in the opening pistol round there. Out of Clax as well with the Jawlies.
They want more though. Oh, I would say Aurora is already in a pretty comfortable position. Mikey going down. That's one huge scalp. Grix picking up a frag on NBQ. I feel like this round is already cemented. Forsey alive and kicking, but he's got the live. And he's not in the best position, so retake is looking practically impossible. Saving some of that head armor would be quite nice. Liv is being hunted down, but he is getting at least a frag, $300 for his poor soul. That will be the gun. Oh, pardon me, the pistol round victory for Aurora. 7 rounds to their name. A good start. Something they absolutely needed because, you know, even despite them having that early momentum in the first half, I feel like all that momentum is basically gone. We saw how successful Eklot was on their T-side offensive. And those last rounds of the first half kind of just looked like Aurora didn't have much of a game plan or anything. Fair enough. They didn't have much of a purchase to go and work with. Now we'll see how it works. Eklot, not wasting any time. Forespite it is. Scout in the hands of Forsey, though has been smoked off from the window position, so no luck to him. But at least mid-control is looking pretty good for the T side, and the CT is not engaging in any middle shenanigans.
They don't really have the weaponry for it. And you could argue The Desert Eagle, the scout at range, can of course be quite potent, but with the smokes in place, it does make it just a whole lot harder. But as long as Aurora are contained in middle, it doesn't really matter. The one concern is the B site is completely empty. So once that smoke fades, if Patsy gets a little exploratory, discovers that no one's home, the rest of the team can just route up short. They'll be executing a ghost bomb site and a 3B round. Eklot throwing all their eggs into one basket with a gamble stack. And I don't think Aurora are going to walk into it.
Yeah, at this point, they made the right choice. Even with the very little information they had to work with, they've chosen the B-bomb site. One area of the map that has no defenders on it. But, oh man, Mikey. Great headshot on one. This is where if you're Aurora, you got to respect Eklot. Because we've already seen it in the past that Aurora, once they try to go aggressive one by one, get shut down by the Eklot players. I feel like they could have actually tried and set up for some cool exit frags outside a kitchen. Or maybe, oh, this is sick. They're anticipating for the players to retreat through the apartments. And they're in for a nasty surprise. Look at the firing squad that's set up here. It will be a bloodbath. It will be a lot of frags. And they will go the way of... Ooh! Okay, that was somewhat expensive there for Eklot. I was so sure they're going to get every single player.
Yeah, I really wasn't expecting Klax to take two there. I think we don't get to see it from his POV, but the transfer was probably something quite special. 8 on the board regardless for Aurora. Obviously, those reinvestments are a little bit awkward. They're not going to be too happy about it, but they're not going to be up against a whole lot either, so it doesn't really matter. They won't opt for any SMGs. It'll be 4 Khalils, that AK out on Klax that he managed to hold on to. One rifle that went the other way, Mikey. Adventuring here in middle, making a whole lot of noise.
Man, Briggs. In awkward position. Ooh. Oh, wow. Man, I mean, he's frustrated. He knew that he had players in top mid. And they're not there to help him out. Mikey, though, oh, he's dealing the pain. This is turning out to be, again, a very awkward start for Aurora. Not as clean as they hoped it to be, and this is problematic. They're wasting a lot of efforts and resources in middle, which gives some of the Eklot players confidence to move up aggressively. Look at the B apartments. It's only a matter of time until someone like Dieter and NBQ might consider maybe walk past the kitchen. Maybe even go down underpass. That would be a lot of intel to work with, but you can also see on the minimap 4C. He's got presence over T-spawn, so they know they have to be in middle. But when will they commit? That's the big question.
It seems like the trigger's going to be pulled right about now. This will be a bad round to lose. Right now, they're already teed up to do so. Body shots out of these Deagles would do the trick. They basically become pocket AWPs. You can shoot them anywhere. And it'll get the job done. NBQ, hearing him stomp in, wants to try and get sneaky. And it ends up being his demise. Instead of just pulling the trigger for one, wants the both, ends up with neither. And now 4C has it all on his shoulders. Still feels very doable, but he hasn't got Kevlar. Needs to be the quickest to the trigger. They hit the shot off on him first. And he has no chance. Wow, that's a pretty crazy one onto Norway. But Klax is there for the instant trade. And I don't think the information was relayed that they were low. Because it didn't feel like either of the Deagles there were confident in just going for the body shots.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about it. I'm not sure if Eklot had any idea of how low the remaining players actually were. Otherwise, they would be a lot more confident with their peaks. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame because you look at that 4v2. You see 2 players on the B bomb site. It's a prime positions. You're thinking this has to be Eklot's round to steal. And somehow, Aurora managed to get the win across, but man, oh man, have these rounds been expensive. Both teams buying up, and I feel like the CTs just have way better weapons on their side. Or C. I've been seeing some fast plays here on the B bomb side. It's definitely looking good. Two of the best players from Eclot on the B bomb side. They should have no trouble deleting some of those guys, but Norway's got something to say about it. Able to snatch one, and Aurora slowing down to a crawl. Still plenty of time to work with, and in fact, the B bomb side has been completely neglected by the Eclot boys. And if you were Patsy, I mean, yeah, you're going to clear out the B bomb set, and you're about to realize there's nobody home.
Numbers still in their favour. Bomb wrapping around to the A site. This is going to be here for free. As Grix watches his way up. This AWP is really the only thing that stands in their way. He has got support up from stairs, but as they clear everything else, Daitor does actually manage to poke up and do the damage. This gets a little bit awkward. Eli follows up with another around the edge of the smoke. It hasn't been traded. Grix has to do it all now. Weight of the world on his shoulders. Head on a pivot. 180 for the second. And Forsey has it all to do now. Hits the first. Swaps to the USP. Knows that he's low. But Grix has the same information. And also doesn't care. It's a bullet to the head. It's a third kill for him in the round. And a 10th on the board for Aurora. That is another masterclass from the young sniper.
Oh, that was a phenomenal hold. The fact that he's able to survive for as long as he does, and still, the fact that Patsy, one on B bomb site, isn't able to find as much impact as Grix playing by his lonesome. I feel like, yeah, that individual performance from Grix saved the day. Undoubtedly so. This is the scary part because, I mean, looking back at the first half, I just feel like Eclot, individually speaking, we're looking like the better team. I mean, the way that some of these guys were going for gunfights by their lonesome, perhaps even sending out guys like Mikey or Forsey with frags, it just feels like Eclot is feeling like the top dog. But I will admit, some of these mistakes, these past rounds have been costing them dearly and might just cost them the first map. So, pause being taken, not by Eclot, of course. Now, this is scary territory because they're still going for the purchase. It's not looking that great. Both teams, I mean, in terms of purchasing power, are looking weak as ever. Oh, but some shots still need to be hit. And it's Forsey with the scout.
Just when you think that they might be down and out for the count, they get back up again. They start swinging. Forsey, even with the weakened weaponry, it's been a little bit of a slow game from him. Supposed to be this superstar at the top of the scoreboard. It seems like that's reversed today. But a big shot there to give them the early advantage. And this call to stack up on mid, it's kind of interesting. As the nades start to rain over, though, they should still just be on the fast rotation and ready for this A retake. Eli's going to go deep into Sandwich, though. This is a bold commitment, and the Molly's going to flush him out. Yeah, that's it. They're just letting him cook.
What? Oh, Clax, he's able to get a huge headshot on Forsey. I was so sure NBQ was going to come in with a long flank, but he's taking his sweet time. Bomb being planted in the open. Big mistake. If you're Eclot, it's not looking good, but Daitor brings it back to evens, not for long, because Grix is on the server. 1v2 ensues, and they seem to be aware of NBQ's positioning, but he's yet to reveal himself, but he's out in the open. And once again, a victory by Aurora, sure, but it's as close as ever. 5-round win streak, but again, these rounds have not been the most convincing. Some flops from Eclot, absolutely, and just look at this again, Josh. I mean, you might be thinking that maybe it's safe territory for Eclot, you know, just to get that purchase in, but for me, this is a telltale sign of Eklat feels like they're still the top dog in this map, despite them losing so many rounds in a row. And what we saw as well, these rounds have been incredibly close. They feel like they're just one round away from clinching it, getting that win, breaking the opponent's economy. But man, oh man, are they running out of chances.
Yeah, they are. You know, prime opportunities there as well. The Eli, it's just such a huge commitment for him to go into Sandwich and not play for the retake like that, and it ends up costing him. They molly it. He's just sort of praying that he goes unchecked. This round, much better. The double up in under as well is a nasty surprise for Patsy waiting around the corner. It's all just onto Grix. 1v4. Spams back through the smoke. He knows that there is zero chance here, but definitely doesn't want to run the risk of dying after time, so might just play in for this through the smoke. Connects onto MBQ. Now with 20 points of health, he should know that this is unwinnable, but a player like this always fancies his chances. Dropping back, now with 40 seconds, thinks maybe I can escape. Mikey denies. A 7th on the board for Eklot, still a long way to go, but keeping a lid on things.
I mean, for the first time, Aurora's economy has truly been broken. We saw that, yeah, they have been winning rounds, but as we said before, these rounds have not been convincing at all. And right about now, they're about to suffer the consequences of it. Full eco round. Great chance for Eklat to string a second. Perhaps without dropping a single player, that'd be a great increment. The CT economy. Actually, very peculiar play from Aurora. I dig it. Maximize their power. And I feel like one of their players is... Basically, Klax is the bait. And Mikey in for world of trouble. We got Patsy in top mid. That's actually a really sick setup. Damage inflicted, but not enough.
MBQ. On the angle, run boost to swing out wide. That'll draw his crossrail all the way to the right. But he readjusts it nicely. Ends up with a double. He's got the support there from Mikey and Forcy as well, so it won't matter all too much. Tidy stuff for Eklot. Not up against a whole lot there, so no stresses. Yeah, Mikey sort of lucky to survive after that. And I like, you know, on eco rounds like this, even though they don't get anything out of it, I like the innovation. I like the idea of, yeah, let's go for like a bit of an Astralis stack in underpass. Then let's go for the run boost out mid and just do everything you can to try and snatch away a nasty kill. Just weren't able to connect onto the heads. Eklot are going to call a pause now, though, knowing they'll be up against another bite. Aurora don't have a lot behind it. 4 Galils, 1 AK. Little bit of util, but not full belts of it. Things really heat up here on map 1.
Okay, it's hot. It's definitely looking hot and very hard to predict. Who might even come out on top because, you know, Aurora, yeah, they have been winning some of those rounds in the past. They have not been convincing. And one of the big problems I feel like is when it came down to winning opening fights, it'd still be Eklot to come out on top. It was just the clutch ability of Aurora that managed to get their wins across the finish line with guys like Grix or Klax doing some fine work. Mikey and company in middle. Oh, the awareness from Norway.
Again, it's just tons of damage dealt onto Aurora, but that man advantage could go such a long way here. Flashbang out, smoke down towards bottom con. Grix gonna try and press his way forward, but gonna smoke into window first. Boost up, MBQ's ready. And anticipating that awkward angle is very, very smart. Saves him his life. Boost up onto the bricks as well. MBQ hungry for another. But it's only around this sort of wisping smoke dynamic keeps moving that he could perhaps spot somebody, and in the meantime, they're all just slipping up connector. But he does manage to catch out the straggler at the end. Oh, he died to the molly.
Oh, he didn't realize the molly was right behind him. That's a good molly from Clax as well. Oh, it's not good enough. Tighter finds some godlike timing to move through and doesn't want to peek it. Oh, the nade does happen, but luckily he's got plenty of HP. And now he mustn't move an inch. He needs the backup of his teammate, and ForeSee will not miss. Whew, okay, Eklot, despite them losing the initial frag, managed to bounce back. A connector pincer from Aurora looked pretty good. I mean, it was a matter of time whether those connector players will be spotted out. Luckily, the sharp player does so eventually. The A-side defenders also doing a solid job at shutting down the offense.
Pretty bonkers stuff. I mean, even there in the end, like 2 versus 1, Grix, he had a nade that he deployed into jungle. Fell a little bit short, didn't really do the damage onto Daitor. And then he had another nade at his feet, which did a whole 50 points of it. Landed it bang on the money. So, yeah, had he have connected both of those... Hey, geez! Oh, ForeSee, what are you doing there? Had he have connected both of them, perhaps it could have been a different outcome. ForeSee might have just trolled this round. It's a 3 versus 3. You still fancy the CT's chances of getting back into this, but Patsy just selling a distraction will allow that bomb out onto the B site. And I just don't know why ForeSee's gone for the acrobatics that he has. He hits the shot top mid and then jumps underpass against an eco. Feels unforgivable. It certainly will be if they can't convert here.
Oh man, Grix. Still a dangerous player, even with 17 points of health. Misses the first, the second connects. And now does all up to Clax, 1v2. If you can isolate duels, that could be enough. Oh, but the white swing is there for MBQ, and well, what was supposed to be a relatively easy round for Eklot still goes down to the wire. They lose 3 players. AWP should be recovered, so that's good. But yeah, the antics there from ForeSee, to me, that's a telltale sign that Eklot doesn't really respect Aurora. Despite them losing 5 rounds in a row in the second half, they still feel like, yeah, we got this one. Yeah, we'll make some mistakes, sure, but we know that we are a better team than you guys.
Well, we are almost tied back up here, Aurora. This buy is the difference between them pushing on to map point or losing control entirely and playing for OT. Just over the top. Grix, massive shot. Norby takes a chunk of damage. That's okay. A fair trade-off for the man advantage. Timer still ticking. ForeSee posted on an angle of his own. Sees the shoulder, very quick to that one. We're back to evens.
Come on. I want to see that op duel. ForeSee versus Grix. But it's not going to happen again. ForeSee may not necessarily respect what's on the other end of Aurora, but he's probably aware of Grix's AWP. He's looking for his timing, though. Not a single player in short to give them any sort of intel what's happening, but there's a player to appear in his crosshair. And as always, ForeSee connects. 35 seconds, not a lot of time for any potential fake, and will be a commitment on the bomb site. The Olive is able to spot out so many players. Does go down, but that is also valuable intel. The shadow could have been spotted a mile away, and it's all up to Grix again.
He doesn't even want to touch this one. Bomb in no man's land. 1 versus 3, and he's got the AWP as well. They're going to be hunting for him here. It's not a whole lot to lose for Eklot. And Grix knows the importance of just carrying across that big green sniper. So he will be allowed to do so. That'll be 11-11 though for Eklot. And as I said before, Aurora losing this round pretty much signs, seals, and delivers a 12th right into the hands of Eklot. But with Grix saving that AWP, maybe there's a chance. They've got the loss bonus. And with Grix getting no cash for that one, he'll be on double eco. So the rest kind of have to force around him. And perhaps there is a chance they could deny him that point.
Admittedly, this has not been clean Counter-Strike. I still feel like it's anyone's game. Eklot might disagree with me, but it's not like they have been the most convincing CT side team so far. Mistakes have been made, but so far, ForeSee, Mikey hitting shots. Shout out to Deliv as well, fighting impact of his own. And Aurora definitely slowing things down. I guess they're also quite surprised that not being contested by any of the CT's Grix. Oh, that could have been such a nice opportunity, but not this time.
Denied. Any kind of early foot in the door. Kenzie doesn't want to overstay his welcome there in mid either. Very concerned that if he's the first domino to fall, everybody else will come crashing down with him. So they'll regroup, they'll head over towards the B apartments. There's a bit of a crossfire in place. Got ForeSee on short with that AWP. Daitor just tucked into jail. There's very little util to work with, though, for both parties. So it's going to be a scrappy gunfight with 25 seconds left, and it's a big entry out of Norway. That'll crack open the B site.
Huge at a bomb plant. Looking good as well. Eklot doesn't have to hurry just yet. Get their players in position first and foremost. Norvi is in a very unorthodox spot. Good smoke as well, so now this time they just have to make their way out of the shop entrance. Mikey is good for one, but the crossfire is oh so good for Aurora. Not too clean. Grix missing a shot. That's unorthodox. It's all up to Patsy. 1v1 against Deliv. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Patsy. Huge clutch for him. Again, a solid one for Aurora. It's been a long time coming, but when needed, it's always that they're individuals. They can come up clutch.
And a big swig from the 2-litre bottle there out of Patsy.
Yeah.
1 versus 2 at a crucial time. Grix, an uncharacteristic miss. It wasn't the easiest shot to connect, but one that we have grown very, very used to him hitting. Perhaps with a spoil. See if he can spoil us again. Norway down to the Mach 10, but there's much of the same on the other side of the coin. Eklot scraping the bottom of the barrel with this buy. They've got an MP9 on E-Live. The rest bolstered up with the rifles. That all upon ForeSee again. Couple of kits, fair bit of util. But pretty much deadlocked here in round number 24. Overtime or bust for the Czech side. And Aurora giving us just much of the same setup as what we saw in the last.
Yeah, you're right about it. I was kind of hoping that maybe someone like Dieter would consider the push-up just a bit more aggressive. Instead, he chucks in the smoke grenade for good measure, playing it safe. In fact, it is your sort of standard 2-1-2 default. Not a lot of intel for Eklot to play off on, but are going for a bit of a gamble now. He shall put 4 players here close by the B side. Dieter is so quick with the M4A1S. Lots of frags being found, but in all that ruckus, it's still a 2v2. Mikey has been so good, and he continues to deliver. It might just be the lethal blow. Grix. Oh, how does he get that shot? It's all up to Deliv. Not the best weapon to work with as well, just the MP9. And timing is everything. And right now, 15 seconds, that bomb needs to get planted ASAP.
Drops that smoke, doesn't even tap it. Now he'll commit to the full stick leverage as the bomb's beeping. And E-Live has to play the 50-50, but that barrel is so unforgiving. It exposes him right out of that smoke. And you see a sigh of relief there. Grix just making the wrong call. It's read like a book from the in-game leader. It was one hell of a round. A couple of ridiculous shots being connected. This one here. to the corner of the wall, Mikey. We'll be feeling sore tomorrow morning, but yeah, crisis averted. Overtime to settle the score between these two teams.
Holy moly. Obviously, it has to come down to an overtime game, right? I mean, consider how close regulation was. It only makes sense. Though I feel like neither party is really happy that we'll have a second set of overtime. I feel like for Ekblad, it's like, yeah, whatever. I mean, if we got to play, we got to play. But I feel like if anyone's, I think it's more frustrated, it's probably on the Aurora side. I mean, just look at Grix. I mean, what a performance. If this were MR15, 30 bomb incoming, absolutely, but 27 frags in regulation, that's big. If only some of his other teammates could also step up, man, oh man, do I see this still going the way of Aurora. But, again, Ekblad putting up a good show. Now with so much money to work with, at least we'll have all the rifles, all the rounds, and this is a fast play on a site.
Patsy running it down. Big push, big molly. Where was this pace in regulation? Aurora was so slow, so meticulous in so many of these situations, and finally they just say, all right, screw it. Balls to the wall, we'll send it into A, we'll rely on our mechanics and hit our shots, and so far they've done exactly that. Can Kenzie follow up? The answer is of course yes. Clax there for the penultimate, and Forsey knows that this is too tall a task. In OT, there's not often justification to save, but right here there certainly is. And we see through our X-ray vision, Clax's crosshair was nowhere near the head, but running, and a lucky shot pops right in the noggin. 13 on the board. Powerful stuff here.
Yeah, this was the most surprising fact of all. I mean, the remaining two players on site, they were, I mean, such an awkward position. It's so difficult to play off just the side. And still, great positioning. Peeking just at the nick of time. Unbelievable victory for Aurora. They're going to be happy about it. 13 to their name. And yeah, I feel like the change of pace has been more than welcome. They have been relatively slow at the end of regulation. And over time, it feels like this is where some teams might be bogged down, but not Aurora. They're on their feet, and they're quick about it. They get the first one, but NBQ is yet to reveal his position. Right behind the bench. This is so good. I mean, one kill, at the very least, gets himself one. Almost a second. Second finally comes through. Not the one I was expecting, but he has slowed down the inevitable. No bomb plant, in fact. And it's all up to Lonesome Kenzie.
Time and time again, we find players just in these impossible clutch situations. And often not even allowed to escape. Aurora just kind of making the wrong call and not clearing things out. I think more importantly, can't jump out of apartments, commit to the plant without confirming that no one's lingering behind bench. Wasn't even as though they didn't necessarily have the numbers to clear that out. Just not the foresight. But of course, the weapon's still in play. This is overtime. So no stress for the cash. Especially as both teams have traded around here as well. So, rifles out. AWP on either side. Norway taking liberties here in middle. Aggressive up short. Mikey's burning. Cooking alive, but still manages to get away with one.
That's the specialty of Mikey. So good, even in these tight situations. A lot right now on the Olive. Oh, he might just get himself some really good timing on Patsy. They don't seem to be at all aware of the player in dark. Right now, oh man, he should be an easy target. Clax comes in to swoop him. Back again to the 2v2. As close as ever. Positioning is all right for the CTs and BQ. Oh, he doesn't get that one. That should have been his to take. And Diner being the only line of defense. I'm surprised that Grix has abandoned his teammate. But now maybe He'll use the element of surprise to his favor. Oh no, it's timing. Is he aware, though? I think Dieter's got the upper hand, right? Is he? Oh!
Should do.
Oh,
Oh no! What a read from Grix. It's so awkward when you've got the AWP in that situation. And you know that that smoke will blow your cover instantly. You've got to be quick. And yeah, Dieter, it's an awkward spot. You're kind of praying that you go overlooked. And if you don't, then you are at the disadvantage. You will be seen first. Just a bullet to the arms, all that's needed there. Sneaky stuff out of Grix. Yeah, spots the barrel. I think that's the big problem. All comes down to timings in that one. He's right up at the top of the scoreboard as well with 29 kills, exactly where you expect him to be.
Yeah, I mean, that was just one of those Grix moments, right? It feels like he's been coming up clutch for this team time and time again. I'm surprised he still has enough of energy to just keep on delivering. Speaking of deliveries, though, someone's about to be delivered a pretty okay skin. That is going to be an M41S to Leaded Glass for Xerox2K, or perhaps that's 0x2K with an underscore. So congrats to you, man. Thank you for tuning into the broadcast, and in general, thank you all for watching this exciting game of Counter-Strike. I mean, this has been a banger so far. I mean, you could even go far as to say this game is probably delivering more than the Lisbon finals, so thank you all for tuning in. At least we get to see some Counter-Strike.
We do. We do. Aurora pulling ahead as well. Not just in the round count at the halfway point here in OT1, but in the kills as Klax takes the entry. Grix trying to go for a boost here, but they're making a whole load of noise about it. They'll definitely be heard. Dieter is just ready. You know, they need to call that off. The second that they fumble it and make the sound cues, that's where you pull the plug on that. You can't stick around. If there's anyone close, then it all comes crumbling down. That's exactly what we see. Trades are decent, but Kenzie on 11 points of health. And the bomb already halfway ticked. He's got no kit as well, bizarrely. There should be a couple scattered around for him to retrieve, but yeah, one bullet's all that's required. MBQ will deliver it without complication. And we'll go tied up at 14.
Oh, man, that's always the scary part about any sort of boost in Counter-Strike. If there's a boost, you see one head popping, you know there's a second player below him, so you go in straight pre-aim. Pre-fire the player, that's it, he's donezo. Basically impossible to survive. But Eklot, they keep on giving. Definitely not giving up. And I definitely like the fact that they change up the pace tremendously. First round, OT, let's go fast. Catching some of those CTs off guard. This time, the CTs will try to not make the same mistake. In fact, they're being super mobile in this round. First, positioning some of the players towards middle. Now we have the free man set up towards A. A lot of util thrown out on the A bomb site. Is this the final commit, though? I mean, they still have lots of time on their side. They can still wait for some of the counter nades to come in. And who knows, maybe someone on the flank could get a good frag.
It's a possibility. Patsy has the possibility to give them the early advantage there as well, but he'll miss it out. The opportunity came and gone. Now Klax will be teed up to leave a dent. Flashbang will delay things. Norway with the eventual trade back onto Mikey, and Grix to act as a bit of a stopgap. That AWP drawing the attention away, but this pincer is perfect. And Dieter won't waste time. Fire into CT. They'll give up this site, and it'll be the retake here for Aurora. All or nothing.
Oh man, I mean, positioning from the T side is actually really good. 4C, such a powerful position, but it's Grix to walk into his crosshairs. Oh no, it's Norby also picking up the frag. It's all up to Lonesome NBQ, and it will be Grix once again. Delivers the lethal blow. And how the hell do they do it, Aurora? Or shall I say, Grix? Shout out to this man.
Just when they're looking down and out, they show true grit and determination here. This has been incredible out of Aurora when it's needed to be. It's been fantastic from both teams, but to pull that one out of the bag, more importantly on their opponent's map pick as well, of all places, just feels like they've given us something special. One more round to close this out. A move on to Nuke with their heads held high. It's one that Eclod are okay with, but it's one of the more uncomfortable maps in their pool. Grix. Oh my god! How has he anticipated that?
That's mental. The fact that he swings out so wide and still gets the frag, returns back to safety. And perhaps Patsy, trying to dish out a lot more damage, ends up dying in the process. So, back to the 4v4. Oh, the window boost. It's been a while. I haven't really seen someone in window. And the CTs, they're still aware that someone's close by connector, perhaps under window. They don't want to give up these positions that easily. In fact, from this mid spot, if they're going to swing, might gather a lot of useful intel. Right now, they just have nothing to work with, so it makes a lot of sense to go for the peak. Timing is great for Kenzie. They know mid is completely absent, so they make the call to still keep those players on the A-bomb side. The problem is, B is where it's at. Nori, it's time for him to shine. 20 seconds, he peeks. He's able to deal damage, finally gets himself the kill. Now he needs to survive, but ends up dying in the process. The Liv takes the hit. Now it is all up to Lonesome 4C. 1v3. Has been so good on the op.
Ooh.
Finally gets himself one. Oh,
What?
goes in for seconds. And where is the third and final player, Kenzie? Oh man, the opper. He seems to be aware that he's somewhere close by. He can sense him. His senses are tingling, and now it is all up to Kenzie.
Oh,
But he
no!
misses the shot. And it will be Kenzie to get this one across the finish line. And man, oh man, what a game. What a match of Counter-Strike.
Wow. No one can accept 4C. Expect him to find a 1 versus 3 there, but unbelievable that it comes as close as it does. His pathing at the end too, just anticipating Kenzie's maneuvers every step on that bomb site, but just missing the close shot. It's heartbreaking. After a really slow start to that map as well, 4C actually pushes himself all the way to the top of that scoreboard. 25 kills he ends it with. On the other flip of the coin, though, Grix with 33. A powerful, dominant performance out of the young AWPer. That's what gets it over the line for Aurora in the end. And as I say, they'll go into Nuke with the one map advantage and a real leg up here in their pursuit of the grand finals.
Yeah, this has been, wow. Coming into this matchup, I just felt like perhaps on an individual that I would still rate some of the guys on Eclod just a tad bit higher than the Aurora players, but man, oh man, did Grix deliver some great individual performances. I felt like he was the sole factor how Aurora even managed to win this first map. It was super close. It came down to the wire at a bunch of those moments, and as expected, this game is definitely delivering. Though at the end, I was still kind of hoping that Eclod would have what it takes to get it across the finish line, to still have a one map up. But, second map is Nuke. It's not like Eclod is a complete stranger to the map of Nuke, but I'm also not sure whether Grix can also deliver the same level of performance as he did on that first map.
Yeah, it's very difficult to maintain that level of play over sort of multiple hours, right? But we'll see. We said at the start of this series that those individuals make or break these matches. We certainly saw that there in map 1. And, well, I'm excited to learn whether or not we will see the same in map 2. We're going to go to a short break, folks. When we return around about 15 minutes' time, we will be ready and waiting with that second map of the series. It's the Aurora map pick. It's going to be Nuke, and it's going to be an absolute belter. So don't go too far. We'll be waiting with the action.
So, guys, we already had a chance to finish the first map of the best of three, but man, oh man, was it a spicy matchup. Some great individual performances coming out from Eclot, though I feel like still the star of the server ended up being Grix, you know, from Aurora, able to do so much good impact. And I feel like a map like Mirage, you know, it definitely lends itself to it. A map like Nuke, oh man, I don't know about that.
I'm kind of with you. It is a map that both teams play. Historically, Aurora were very, very strong on this map. Over the past couple of weeks, they have actually had their struggles. And when you factor in that they're going to have to start off on their T side as well, things perhaps get a little bit complicated. But yeah, you're not expecting that AWPer, especially on the T side, to have as much of an impact. There are still certain positions that it can be quite potent, especially on that defense. But as I say, Eclot, it's kind of the other way around. They had their struggles here on this map. They have improved. And yeah, they played against Aurora just 2 weeks ago here on Nuke. It did go the distance, but they were able to win it 13-11. And actually, sorry, they played against them again just, 12 days ago on Nuke, and they won 13-9 as well. So it's a bit of a bold pick for Aurora, bearing in mind they're 0-2 here against Eclot on Nuke, to go and run it back for a third.
I still feel like Eclot is the favorite heading into this best of three, and they should have what it takes to close it out. But right now, Aurora definitely giving a run for their money. And yeah, like you said, sure, Eclot has been winning some of those matches in the past, but I would assume that Aurora is the team that has, you know, look at their past mistakes, see what's up. Right now, we're seeing some frags. I mean, all over the map, to be fair. We even saw some of the Aurora players taking full control of outside to move up heaven. And it is just ForeSee left standing. He's already got 2 kills to his tally. Man, this setup is looking so good from Aurora. This is not a round you can or should lose, especially if Grix is still alive. Was again delivering for the first one.
Wow. I don't want to kind of like focus on the stats a little too much, but bizarrely, these guys actually have a pretty low pistol round win rate for a map that they have a positive win rate on. And I was a little concerned. Maybe they'd come in, they'd lose this pistol round. In MR12, that can just have such a bearing. But no, commanding. They send it right in. They win their duels. They take 3 casualties, but they get it over the line without too many complications. ForeSee, with 2 there in the pistol, comes into this next with a scout and armor. The rest on the force as well. We never used to see these second round CT force buys as much as we are, but I think sort of the general consensus is teams have started to realise that there just aren't enough opportunities here in CS2 and MR12. You've got to try and bite back early. And so far today, I mean, remember the 2 maps that we saw earlier on between Metasport and Astatic, they traded off of the back of the second rounds both times.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right about it. Both compartments, there's not a lot of, let's say, rounds to work with in MR12, and also some of these force buys can be super successful. I feel like the ones on the T side, if they end up losing the pistol, tend to be just a bit more better equipped, having not only some SMGs, but even Galils at play. Despite that, Aurora being super careful on their approach. Eclot. Right about now, we'll realize what's about to happen, and oh gosh, it's already Liv delivering the pain. 2 big frags, damage being dealt, but where are the frags? Mickey is on the other end. It's the 5-7, and he's king. Mackenzie will steal the crown, but he will get shot in the back for his treachery, and that will be Eclot securing a big frag. And sadly, we didn't get to see the perspective of Liv, but the in-game leader also delivering.
Very big work being done there, and you know, proof in the pudding that the second round force is so much of the time worth its weight in gold. You have got to go for it. And just see a carbon copy of what we saw in that opening best of 3 of the day, that first semi-finals. That clock biting back hard with some 4 assists. Sending it back into number 3, Aurora. Have the upgraded pistols. Hearing some clicks in the chat, though. I don't think we're live. yeah, I think, luckily, the HE that blew up the door didn't do any damage to anyone. Otherwise, that would have added complications. But, yeah, everybody's still on full health. They can just sort of pull the pause on that. It's a little bit of a shame, though, because Aurora did somewhat show their cards there in the first 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't go for all-out fast play, but then again, more or less revealing what they were planning to do in that round, but I suppose we can continue playing. Aurora, though, man, you know, great stuff to win the pistol. It's a shame they're not able to convert it the second, and this is where things might start to look a bit rough for them. Because I'm just not sure if Grix can still, I mean, just even deliver the same level of performance as they did on Mirage. Like, this map is fundamentally different to that map. Unless he might be left in, you know, some more 1v2 situations, then sure, I definitely count Grix in. But at the same time, I'm looking forward for Grix to find some of those opening frags with that AWP nonetheless. So for him to also be part of the, you know, initial push with perhaps entering with the op and also still being in some of those late round situations, I mean, that's hardly possible. But really hope Aurora can somehow make it work. And, you know, tech pause is still more or less, you know, a bit of a pause, a chance for a breather. And I feel like a team like Aurora, despite the inability to discuss tactics, it's still a great chance, you know, to chillax a little bit, still get their bearings, and we'll be good to go.
All right, well, perhaps something a little bit different now, as I say, in those first sort of moments of that last round before we went into the pause. Deployed the early util, I think Eklot will then definitely be instantly anticipating that again, but Deagle up on top of the silo. Mikey with a decent early opening. Does take a fair bit of damage for his travels. The HE outside, Kentsy. Big chunk from it, trying to tag up Forsey with a scout. And we'll just dial this right back. Regroup. Head over towards ramp. Daitor's patiently waiting with the AK.
Yeah, I mean, for him, patience is key. Oh, even anticipating the players to move up. Oh, not even firing off a single shot. I feel like that's a big mistake. Probably unaware how close the players were. Oh, what? Drive by Tech 9 for Norvi, and he's not slowing down. Oh, again with the Tech 9. Already 3 huge frags, and I feel like that's it. I mean, the round's over.
Surely not. This is just insanity. And Eklot are going to force up again in the next round as well. I mean, they would do anyway because they'd be double eco, but with the M4 and the scout being saved, they'll have a little bit of weight behind it. But this is cruel. Honestly, when you're on your CT side, it's a bit of a worst-case scenario to lose the pistol, win the follow-up, and then lose the third round. You get off to a really poor start. You don't get that extra early economy bonus. And you find yourself in deep water.
Hey, look at this again. It's just Norvi. 2 taps. That's enough. In that distance as well, it's not like the Tech 9 is a super accurate pistol, but man, oh man. That is a huge round to steal if you're Aurora. Second round for them. And you're right about it as well. Eklot, despite the loss, reinvesting. Weaponry is not looking too good for them, I will admit. Surprise note that no one's really keeping a close eye on outside. I mean, this will be free domain for Aurora. Still being careful in the approach. An absolute necessity. But despite all this control, it'll just allow Lonesome Kenzie to hold the position in secret, whereas the remaining players looks like they're opting for a potential A hit from lobby.
The live. Trying to get a little bit of a sight line. That smoke will be posted up. And does he have the information based off of not seeing anybody there in his little jiggle? That perhaps that was all a bit of a ruse. That they're routing their way back towards ramp. That does seem to be the plan. Molly on top of Hut though. And yeah, they will just pull the trigger. Wrap it around to ramp. Deagle hits the shot. It's a beautiful one, Deagle out of Daitor. But he'll receive an airstrike and nades in retort. And the B-bomb site absolutely lost. Eli will be here, but that smoke causes him problems. And they're not even committing to it. They're back up to A again. This is just mind games. This is relentless.
So cool as well. Oh, this is sick. Norvi picking up 2 massive frags again. So much impact into the round, and Mikey should get... Oh, timing is not the best for Mikey. But think of this as well. Aurora have control of the A bomb site, mainly because that sick positioning, that sick lurk from Norvi. Right now, Mikey is out of the picture, and, well, Alive is good with his brain, but not sure if that will be enough to save him. 1v3 it is, and yeah, this will be his demise. A frag is nice. The second one, 3-1. Aurora, great change of pace as well. I was kind of certain, Josh, that he will just commit down the lower bomb site. Whoever made that call that, wait, we still have time to work with. Despite losing Kenzie in secret, we still have Norvi in a great position. Maybe catch someone rotating. And Norway just comes up huge in that round.
Well, they don't have to worry too much, or at least as much here. They'll just be against the pistols. Eli on the P250, the rest just with the USBs. They'll stack up towards ramp. Opportunity for these MAC-10s to farm a bit of cash, but yeah, just more importantly, put a 4th round on the board so early here. It's quite a potent threat. They're a map up in the series. It's a fragile map, you know. It went 16-14 in overtime. A 1 versus 1 to end it, but that doesn't matter. That little dot at the top of the screen doesn't paint the full picture. It's just a cruel reminder to Eklot. How close, but how far they are.
It's a lengthy journey for sure. The first step, this time has to be a radioactive one. Oh, Dieter. I believe he's right behind. Oh, yes, that smoke is able to catch one player off guard. But there's still so many to go up against. It's no wonder that Aurora managed to dispatch of him. And BQ, that's a pretty good position. A fair amount of damage already inflicted. This is a bare bones setup from Eklot. Kenzie. Only being chucked in for good measure. There's no way Eklot is winning around like this, but they could somehow inflict some more damage on the T-side economy, maybe recover a rifle from this. That would be a solid round, except only their dreams. And BQ? Well, that's a fine pickup on 1, barely surviving with that 1 point of health. The big question is, can he even survive running all the way back in T-spawn?
I mean, he will. He's okay. He's safe from the bomb here. He'll go all the way in the back corner just to confirm it. But yeah, always a concern, isn't it, on Nuke? Those blast radius is pretty unforgiving. 4-1 though, Aurora. It's an expensive round for Eklot. It's difficult to take silver linings and kind of be happy with them in many of these situations. But yeah, they should be. 3 kills there in a full eco round like that is decent work being done. I'll call attack pause before going into this next round, realizing that they are losing control. And this next buy-up is a real crossroad, right? Either they win it, and very quickly they can just tie things back up and stay relevant in this map, or they lose it, and pretty much instantly gift Aurora 6 rounds, which is already a very good half for their T side. So they're on thin ice here.
I kind of feel like Eklot is starting to take matters seriously, right? Actually picking up the tack pause, having that most important discussion. It's key because, like you said as well, Aurora already on these 4 rounds of the T side. Now, it's quite hard to imagine that Eklund would have, such an amazing CT side where they would win the next 7 rounds in a row. And that, a team like Aurora is like, yeah, I mean, you could still take at least 1, maybe 2 rounds from Eklund. That's doable, especially with some of that momentum they've managed to pile up. Mikey, the only side of the fence here, that will be, ooh, Kenzie with a great pickup. I'm not sure where did Eliv get that frag? How did he get a flying Nektan headshot?
It's just Eli things, bro. It's what he does. Every now and again. Little bit of magic from the captain. I don't know why he peaks up as high as he does there, though. Really exposes himself, and Kenzie was stripped the head off, no trouble. Torn off his shoulders, man advantage. Just less than a minute on this clock, but already down towards this B site. Crix sealing the deal with that one. Daitor down in the corner, though. And if he goes unchecked, this could mean everything. Trigger discipline, perfect. He'll line up 2, but way too sloppy. And what could have been slips from his grasp oh so quickly. MBQ wasn't really in position to support anyway, but the second that one's fumbled, he gets the hell out of dodge very quickly. And yeah, that's a shame. That's a missed opportunity. I don't think it would have yielded the round anyway, but I like the initiative. I like the idea behind it. Here it is again.
Fair enough, hiding behind Titanic. I mean, you see, he knows there has to be someone right behind the reactor core, anticipating someone right above him. But once that bomb gets planted, I mean, you saw how quickly Grix managed to react. And you know what? For me, this, if anything, this is a reality check. Right now, Eklund, they have been underestimating their opponents ever since that first map. And clearly, Aurora has come to play. We are now entering dangerous waters. And Eklund, they can only bring up some of those, upgraded pistols, some armor to boot. But if I'm Eklund, I'm starting to have second thoughts, doubts even.
Alright. Flashbang, ready to go in. Eli doesn't actually push off of the back of it. It's just there to accompany Daitor's aggression. Right through into Trophy. Lands the tag, can't find the frag. And a man advantage once again here for Aurora. I said that winning that last round pretty much secures them a 6th. All they've had to do is overcome this low and steady hurdle of the pistols, but they're still posing a bit of a threat. Back into a 3-on-3. Now a 3v2. Hang on a minute.
Yeah, I wanted to say that maybe they could just shrug it off, no worries. This is starting to get quite costly. And you can see, not the best positions for the 2 remaining team players. Grix with the op and Norby up close. He's expecting someone to be here. It will be Grix to find the first, and now Norby in a great position. And here comes another peek. Solid swing. Despite some awful positioning for Aurora, I'm surprised they make it work. And sure, Eklund, they still had, I'd say, plenty of time to work with. Eventually, they tried to speed things up, and maybe as part of the disaster here, Norway. Great pickup. Again, swing here. Lovely stuff. And 6 rounds. T-side nuke. Ooh, this is... Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, this is dangerous waters for Eklund.
Yeah.
And they desperately need to get these next 5 in a row. Otherwise, we might see a quick end for this best of 3.
Yeah, we certainly could. That last round coming a little close for comfort, but actually, really well played. Really complementing positions with that AWP just sort of baiting them in, and we just holding from above. even in those difficult scenarios. Even when they have made those mistakes, they rectify them quite quickly. Already burnt 45 seconds on this clock. Now they're going to start to progress here through middle. Wall of smokes up. Molly down into secret. Force anybody in front of it. No one resides there. They'll take all this space for free. In the meantime, Klax is just holding in case anyone tries to go for the peek into main. Instead, Daitor has pushed Hut, and he gets a freebie.
Oh, Liv. Good for the spot. Sees the players, and now this is the crossbar. Oh, the door's being closed. That's actually genius. NBQ, great positioning. Stopping the players in their tracks. Now it's gonna have to be a victory. This has to be one that Eklot takes convincingly, but Grix and Patsy alive. Not so much for the former, but now it's all up to Grix. 1v3, bomb on his shoulders. Not a lot of time to work with though, 15 seconds, so he has to be quick on his feet. Perhaps a quick move up A is exactly what he needs, but yeah, this time it won't work out. And at least Eklot get themselves a second round, a round they desperately needed to take. I will admit some great antics, some individual antics here from Eklot, but this as well. Solid positioning, solid teamwork there from NBQ as well as Eliv.
Well, into a bit of a technical pause, which is a shame, but yeah, for Aurora, despite the fact that they lose that last round, there's still plenty of money. Klax actually disconnects, so that pretty much answers the question of why are we in a technical pause. Hopefully should be able to get back into the server shortly.
Let's hope
Yeah,
that's
these
going
last
to be
few
the
rounds
case.
of the half are so important. They're so important for Eklot.
Yeah, I mean, Eklot, I will admit that previous round, sure, we have to see some individual antics come out. You know, we saw some pretty unorthodox pushes, some positioning that probably doesn't work out for you every single time. Like, let's say that two-man setup near the lower bomb site. But I will admit, you know, first half coming to a close. They're in desperate need of these next 4 rounds to at least make it competitive. I actually wonder now, Aurora, sure, they have those 6 rounds on the T side, but perhaps they might even look just a tad bit better on the CT side as well, because you take a look at your right-hand side and everyone seems to be fragging. Sure, Klax currently on the 2 frags, but let's look at the rest. I mean, Patsy on 6, Kenzie and Grix as well as... Yeah, I mean, both Kenzie and Grix both on 7 frags, and you got Norby on 9. So, all in all, I mean, the T-set has been fragging, whereas you take a look on Eklot's side, and again, you hope to see 2 players above the rest, and that's 4C alongside with Mikey, and Mikey, he has not been going for the same, you know, aggressive shenanigans as we saw on Mirage. You know, he seems to be playing the outside position, and in outside you have to be super careful not to play too aggressive, but you also don't want to be too passive. You got to be in this pretty difficult limbo stage where you don't want to give up easy map control, but you also constantly want to probe that area of the map to make sure that, okay, are they really setting up for any smokes? Is anyone trying to be positioned in, let's say, down secret? So this is a pretty difficult situation when some of your star players on the side of Eklot are not able to have that same level of performance, and that's usually also a case with a map like Duke, right? When rotations are not the easiest, and sometimes you just wouldn't be part of the action for the majority of a round. Man, if there's something I want to see, is I definitely want to see those 2 individuals like 4C and Mikey finding more impact here at Nuke. I feel like that's a must, perhaps even a win condition for a team like Eklot.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And sort of that going above and beyond, right, is what we saw out of Grix there in that first map. And whilst 4C and Mikey had decent games, it wasn't anything completely lights out. And honestly, right now, lights out is the only thing that's going to really cut it. trailing by 4. Opponent's map pick, down a map in the series. Truly fighting for survival.
Okay. Signs of life. Should be good to continue with the second map of the best of 3 semifinals. All to play for. Aurora 1 map up. Pretty solid here in the first half as well, but Eclot not out of the picture just yet. Look at number 2, that is Mikey. And being smoked off, but it's actually Forsty. Able to find the initial frag, Mike able to get some impact of his own. Forsty with swift rotation, I would assume that he wants to join his players down the lower bomb site. Patsy, oh, that's such a good position. It felt like Dieter is aware how close Patsy was, but it's still the T player to win that gunfight. And speaking of gunfights, NBQ, that should be an easy one for him. Finally pulls the trigger. I guess he was hoping that maybe another T-side player might appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, I like the idea of the trigger discipline. You know, even if it doesn't materialize into multiple kills, hang on a minute, timing. Ooh, almost cost a life. Will be traded back out though. Clax will at least get a bomb plant out of this. So whilst, oh no, what? MBQ? What a whiff! How? How? If Clax converts this now, Eclot are going to be kicking themselves. This would be a horrible round to lose. And Forsty's only got his USP. With the AWP out, he's desperate. Bomb already halfway ticked. Drops down. Not even a peek out of Clax. Forsty now thinks that perhaps he's round towards Squeaky. Entertaining the idea. Tap him further. Gets on that bomb. Clax, all he needs to do is spam and deny it. Slash it away. He'll miss. This round is just pure chaos. And what is happening here on the A site of Nuke? It's a massive whiff on the bomb planter. And then a fumble out of Clax at the end. I don't think either team deserved to win that round. What is this?
Oh.
He only needed one bullet to connect as well, by the way.
Oh man. Like, fair enough. I mean, Lady Fate has...
No,
decided.
Daddy, not fair enough. Unforgivable. Not at a time like this.
I just wanted to say that Fate has decided. I mean, love your Fate, Amor Fati, etc., etc. But, Eclot, at least they win it, right? Pretty important round for them to take. And look at this. Am I seeing a convincing victory for Eclot? And they win the round without dropping a single player? I mean, this is something straight out of a science fiction novel. This is turning out to be fantastic for Eclot. Not dropping a single player. Confidence boost? Oh, you betcha.
Certainly should be. Finally, right? It's kind of been a long time coming. It is only against a really low buy, but it's everything that Aurora could afford. No, he's got a lollipop. I've never seen that before.
I mean,
in all my years,
We
that
have
is a
seen
first,
players-
and I love it.
we have seen players hidden vapes.
I was just about to say, screw the vapes, though. Just replace it with a lollipop, man.
Honestly,
Bad for your
I
health.
feel like gum. Gum is the right way to go. If you want to chillax, I mean, tap into your primordial, I don't know, limbic system.
I can
how
just
you do it.
imagine his comms being really slurred by the fact that he's got a lollipop in his mouth. And everyone's saying, Nori, what are you saying? And he's like, this run, B. You know how you talk when you got a lollipop in your mouth? I can't imitate it because, believe it or not, I don't have a lollipop in my mouth. Hang on a minute, though.
You have
Communication right now is I'm behind them both. Yeah.
It's gonna be fun. Pull the trigger soon. I'm trying to get close. I see him in flanks. I will. Boom!
Eventually. Has to pull the trigger, but I love that.
Oh,
Fair
man.
enough. No.
I tried, guys. I tried. Sorry.
Did you have to whip the lollipop out for that one, or are you just a natural?
I will admit, yeah, I tried. I tried my best, but so did Aurora. But sadly, it was not enough. And I mean, the way things are going right now, maybe we could actually see that 6-6 scorelines. Right now, it feels a lot more doable than it was in the past. So we have a bit of a tech pause by the looks of things. So I hope it's nothing serious and we might continue with the action. But man, Eklat, they definitely need that last round. I feel like to make this somewhat doable for them. Right now, I mean, look at the setup as well. Just double ops. Wow. Something you don't get to see too often.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, CT side of Nuke is one of the few places that it is quite viable. You can have an AWP outside, you can have one playing towards ramp. It is still, very dangerous because you're basically banking on the fact that you can win the round without losing a site and without that bomb going down. If you're then requiring that AWP on the retake, then it's really difficult. And the thing is with Nuke as well, is it's not one of those maps where, if you're playing Mirage or something and it's final round of the half, you see how much money the CTs have got, final round of the half, you can quite comfortably play a double AWP, you play one on A, one on B, or one on mid and one on B or whatever you want, right? And you leave a rifle in the CT spawn. And then if you end up having to retake one of the sites, you can then swap out on the rotation and it's not too much of a problem. Here on Nuke, the CT spawn's really out of the way, so leaving a rifle in spawn doesn't really help. And yeah, it does just make it a little bit awkward. So you do have to kind of shut it down before things start. They have actually dropped a rifle on the floor, so maybe they'll try and shoot it down towards heaven or something. Maybe it's there for, if they do have to retake the A site, the CT player that goes CT to throw the flash could then grab it. You can kind of see the cogs turning a little bit, but yeah, bottom line is it's a risk, it's a commitment, and it's one that kind of needs to pay off for them.
It's a good shot as well that, with them having so much money to work with, it makes a lot of sense to, okay, sure, bring out the AWP, but also have that rifle or something close by. That's going to be pretty important. But, man, I wonder what's the holdup? What's the tech issue right now? I mean, on the side of Aurora, guys laughing. They're happy.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's on their end, does it?
Yeah.
Maybe Norby's going to get another.
It doesn't
lollipop.
seem like it. Man, I mean, so far, I mean, he's actually been fair. I mean, I think this as well. I mean, Norby has been putting up some good numbers, so I feel like that lollipop's it's powerful.
Powerful lollipop. Good reward as well for all his hard work so far this series, but get it over the line. You can have as many as you want, my friend. VRS points galore, and the prize money that comes off of the back of making top 2 as well is a decent chunk of change. Definitely buy a lot of lollipops with that.
Oh yeah.
MBQ. Posted up. There's actually 3 AWPs. I didn't clock this because my little VMix bit was blocking the bottom one. There are 3 AWPs in play, Danny.
Hey, I did not expect that myself. I was just talking about the 2 ops. Well, only 2 ops remain, to be honest. It is in the hands of Mikey and NBQ. Now we get to see NBQ recovering the rifle just in the nick of time for the retake. But, he's been spotted. He has...
It almost gets him
himself.
killed as well, by the way. Just kind of point in case proven. The fact that he has to run back to spawn and get that rifle is millimeters away from getting him killed as he crosses back. Still, out of heaven, though. We'll be able to take one. 2v2. Shotgun sniper. MBQ there for another. It's all onto Grix.
Here's the bomb. Oh, it's not even planted for him. Oh, man, this is super awkward.
Oh, no.
That's a disastrous round, to be honest. Aurora, I have no idea how they mess it up. I mean, they know one player is coming from heaven, so absolutely keep a close eye on heaven, but surely you should expect someone from, I don't know, Hut or Squeak Door. That's always the possibility. So despite Aurora having a somewhat okay run, I am a bit disappointed to be honest. I was kind of sure that Aurora might just clock in the 7th, but apparently that's not to be. That's not to be the case. Speaking of
Whoa.
cases, let's open
you
up
did that.
one right now. It is our Galaxy Battle Starter Raffle Bonanza, and it's clicking. It's making noises, and we're gonna land on a skin shortly, and that's going to be a USPS Jawbreaker. Thank you, Coolin36, for participating. And if you also want to try out your chance at the raffle, why not type in !Galaxy in the chat? Obviously, if this comes down to another set of overtime, let's say, or if this is going to come down to a third map in best of 3, you're going to have another chance to win, perhaps even a couple.
Yes, potentially so. Especially when it goes to overtime, right? That's where people start rubbing their hands together. Does it in the overtime, half times as well. And here we go, second half pistol. Worth the whole lot for both teams. A bit of a fumble there from Aurora in the last, the plant spot. Grix the entire time had the outside control. He had tabs on main. But they make the mistake. It costs them. Now they've got to try and recover this. The molly down will stop anyone from taking a deeper angle. Patsy wiped out by the Glocks.
But the USPS long range, this could still be lethal. Kenzie, good pickup. In fact, a third frag. Love to see his POV. How is he able to get so much impact? All up to Dieter in contamination. Not the best position. 3-man peak as well. So, despite their initial success, you know, I was quite nice to be honest. That Aurora's defense was going enough to shut down the incoming onslaught of Eklon players. I mean, he had, what, 2 or 3 players that have made the rotate, and I'm certain that right spot, but now, the flag, no, that's not the case. Aurora, it's theirs to take.
All right. 3 MP9s. Going quite heavy here with the SMGs, wanting to try and rack up that money as quickly as possible. Knowing that they're more than likely going to be against an eco. Patsy just tucking himself down. Glock's about to bombard their way in. The onslaught here towards Ram, but yeah, he will be overwhelmed. But Grix has found a triple.
Yeah, great impact, Grix. Sure, against players that are relatively unarmed. And at the same time, they managed to pick up 2 big frags. Damage being dealt on the CD economy, which is already a great sign, but if the B-bomb site will not be held tightly by Clax, maybe even a bomb plant is likely, but right now they got this one on lockdown like Fort Knox. Kenzie in a great position. You have Norway in lobby. So this should be a good round still. Kenzie liked the fact that he's trying to minimize the distance. Spots the first, there's a second, and there we go. Not the cleanest of victories for Aurora. Sure, they end up losing the 2 players, but for Eklot, considering they were practically on a full eco, 2 kills, some economical damage, they'll be all right with that.
Yeah, I guess so. Always a little bit of a blessing in disguise when you lose a couple of MP9s in rounds like that too. You don't really want to be going too heavy into the bonus. Against rifles, 3 MP9s, it's a bit of a nightmare. So, yeah, getting those big guns out, you can justify 1 MP9. You can play close to heart or squeaky or get aggressive outside or place on the boost on ramp. There's lots of sort of nitty-gritty positions that you can make that SMG work here on Nuke. That's why we see some of these unorthodox buys like shotguns come out sometimes. Not in this map just yet. But a 2-round lead, a good start to the second half, and Aurora looking confident.
mean, think of this as well. We had a chance to look at the semifinal, Metasport versus Ecstatic, and Nut was playing the ramp position on the CT side. I think he might have played almost the entire half with just the MP9. And even in like real gun rounds, still rocking that MP9. Such a great little weapon in those close quarters encounters, and Eklot definitely going up close and personal with the AK so far. So good. Bomb plant, control of the bomb site. But they end up losing Mickey, who was on the lurk. It's still doable for Eklot to hold on to this. Aurora don't have a kit to work with, which is problematic. They really need to hurry up right now. The one saving grace is that they still have some util to flush out players in some awkward positions. And Molly, oh, damn it. That would have been a peak as well. That could have been so much better, but right now the Aurora players are dropping in, but I'm afraid to say there just simply isn't no time. Oh, the kid with truck. Yeah, again, no time. They did recover the kit in the end, though.
It's always awkward when it goes down like that, but yeah, you can see Grix. A little bit of an awkward face. It's like, that's not a nice one to lose. Winning their fights, just the timer plaguing them. Losing track of that defuse kit. Causing all the issues. They're just down to an eco here off of the back of that as well. Ordinarily, if they hadn't taken so many casualties in that second round, they would have had enough to go for the buy here, and that's exactly what they would have gone for, but yeah, no option for it here. Be a bit of a field day, unless they can give Eklot a taste of their own medicine and make things expensive.
Big headshot to the face. But at least they make it, somewhat expensive. That's every team's dream. Oh, or perhaps the dream would be to win a round like that. Not gonna happen in this instance. 8-8 it is. And for Aurora having to purchase up, I mean, it's not the end of the world. They still have some beefy weapons on their side and an AWP for Grix, which is probably the most important piece of the Aurora defensive. And sure, while he's not, giving us the same level of performance, it's great to see some of his other teammates chiming in. Kenzie in particular, finding a lot of impact. Norvi as well. Right now, outside control, which is the center default you expect on a map like Nuke. So far, so good for Eklot. Haven't really been challenged or spammed through the smoke, giving them easy access towards Secret.
Kenzie jumping around. Both teams recognizing the importance of this round, even more so for Aurora. To drop the smoke. Work his way up onto the rafters. He's the one player down to that MP9. The one weak link here on the defense, and he's the one that's tasked to hold this B-bomb site all by himself, but he's got the reinforcements coming to help. Patsy tucks himself down in the corner. Norby's going to drop up on the Alpha bomb site, though. This is where things get sticky.
Oh, it's a bit awkward to say the least. Grix, is he gonna go? He's going for it. Oh, he even gets the tag with the player still. Not enough to get the kill across that. I feel like if that would have been a kill, maybe they'd attempt the retake, but even then, that's a maybe. It would be much better to save the current weapons they have, and that is their modus operandi for a round like this. 9 for Eklot. Good change-up as well, finding some really good timing and actually eliminating one of the CTs that played aggressive in HUD. And instead of committing through HUD, they think, okay, let's actually try to walk past them through Squeaky. And that was genius. I mean, 2 players, both in HUD, just in the nick of time. Eklot pushes out, taking control of the bomb site without dropping a single player. They'll be happy about it. Sure, Mike ends up dying it later on. No issues. 9-8. Aurora in an economically awkward position. Eklot, slowly but surely, clawing their way back into the second map.
Yeah, not only back in the picture, but now actually back in the lead. For the first time in a long time. Been a while since they've sort of felt the wind on their face, right? Constantly just trailing behind Aurora, only by that thin margin. Finally, they're ahead. Norway close that smoke open, doesn't see anything, continues to spam, now fire at his feet, and he's burning alive. They hear all the sound cues. It just makes it so easy to dispatch of him. Klax hasn't been seen, though, and the mechanics on the transfer are beautiful. Doubles it up, puts it back into a 2v2. The minute 10, Patsy seems to be aware that MBQ is wrapping back around. This duel means everything, but MBQ will take it. And this has been a roller coaster here in round number 18. And it's all onto the shoulders of Grix.
Man, oh man. He's going to have to come up clutch once again. You can see Ekblad is playing this one super far back, which means that Grix will start to question himself. Maybe this is the B bomb set after all. No Sam Q. Nothing to play off. And Ekblad, I'm pretty sure they're now just walking onto the A bomb site without spotting out Grix, and that bomb will get planted ASAP. Whereas if you're a guy like Grix, you're probably just gonna have to save at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows that bomb will get planted, and trying to go for the retake, I just don't see it happening for Grix.
It feels like the right move in that 2 versus 1 to play for just that sort of gamble, and if it doesn't work out, then just the hard save. But it is an unfortunate way for this one to go. It felt like a very winnable round for Aurora. It honestly just comes down to that duel that MBQ took when he was coming back towards lobby. I didn't think he'd expect Patsy so aggressive. But it's the difference between this being tied up at 9 apiece or them having a 2-round lead and now being on double digits. 10-8. Aurora should have enough cash to buy something around this AWP. I'm not sure it'll be a full investment, though. They've got max loss, so maybe it'll just be pistols and armor. They'll have another proper buy in the next. Grix with 4,500 can save his pennies and invest another AWP if needs be down the line. A lot to play for now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that they have to go for this lackluster investment that they must go with. Oh, okay. Patsy's able to find one. Patsy has been relatively silent, so this is a huge brag for him individually. And they're going for more. Klax has managed to get himself another. And the team is looking hot. You can see communication is on point. Grix sees the smokes being deployed. Is definitely expecting someone in outside or maybe even down secret. That's where you can see players like Klax and Patsy moving up front line of the offense rather than the defense. V is able to spot 2 big players. And now this is where Aurora should have a good glimpse and a good read of this situation.
There's never such thing as a round that you want to lose. But there are certainly some that you really, really don't want to lose more than others. This is one of those right here. That half buy from Aurora, what was supposed to just be not quite a freebie, but certainly not a complicated one. They have complicated things. Patsy's timing is impeccable on the repeat. The AWP, I think, might have just seen the arm. Patsy's just got a 6th sense tingling. Mikey peeks around the corner. Patsy will win that fight. Eli's found one elsewhere, but with Patsy doubling up in lobby, this one is definitely chalked up. Bullets to the back. Kenzie doesn't care. No respect for that one. And a 9th on the board for Aurora. That is a huge pickup.
Yeah, I would have loved to see so the perspective of the Aurora players as they decide to push lobby. It felt like Eklund just got completely caught off guard, not expecting this to be even an option, to be fair. And yeah, you can see the price is costly. Losing those 2 players initially and then practically having no control of the map, and in 30 seconds, they commit towards lobby. Like, that is just an awful position to be in. Kenzie, though, great pickup on 1. You got Grix as well, chiming in with a frag of his own. The defense is looking strong as ever, but at least Mikey has made his way down Secret. And so far, it doesn't look like anyone from the CT side is even aware of it.
Two-man advantage. Forsey just kind of cowering away from this. I mean, you're right, Mikey's down on the lower side. The problem is, and this is always the issue with this B-bomb site, is if you slip down Secret, you have to make a sound cue to get out anywhere. Whether it be breaking the glass, whether it be opening the doors, with players above him, it will certainly be heard. So he'll just walk his way back up. His teammates route down towards ramp. He's going to try and cut off the blood supply of this rotation. Patsy's timing's absolutely everything. Crosshair in the right position, picks up, and Forsey just that little bit quicker. Do they expect the second man here? It's Kenzie in the corner. They'll both swing into him. And 1 bullet to both the heads is all that's required. That is disgusting. And Mikey knows this is now literally impossible. He's got 20 seconds and probably just needs to hold on to this AK.
That sounds about right, because 10 seconds remaining, doesn't even have the bomb in his possession. And man, Eklund, he did manage to string a few rounds together. Ooh, Clax, yeah, looks like he just wasn't aware of Mikey's positioning, but no big deal. Yeah, I mean, Eklund, they managed to string even 4 rounds together here on this T side. Something I honestly did not expect to witness, and right now, things are starting to look somewhat scary. 10 to 10. An even round once again, and oh man, yeah, this replay is insane. This is where things are starting to get scary for Eklund, because Aurora's players are starting to deal a lot of damage. I mean, Patsy's finding good impact, Kenzie as well. We talked about what would happen if Grix just disappeared on the second map. Well, we have an answer. The other players are stepping up.
I wouldn't want him to disappear. I reckon his family would probably call the police. People would go looking for him. We'd send out a search party. Missing in the server, though. No such thing. He's having a decent map here, but it's not that crazy performance that we saw in number 1, is it? It's actually been Kenzie that's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting, as you say, but I think just the important thing is someone's doing it, right? Someone is stepping up and having those big moments. Sometimes that's all that's required. Your superstar might not shine so bright on one day, but it's the opportunity for the spotlight to go on to somebody else. So it's just going to be a very, very low buy here for Dynamo Eklund. It's kind of awkward, actually. Mikey saving in that last round. He's then on 450 bucks. They kind of need a bomb plant or something out of this round for him to be able to buy into the next. He gets a couple of kills. It's the best of a bad situation, I guess, but this one should be chalked up at 11 here for Aurora. And if they're able to take this in 2 bites, if they win this 2-0, it just doesn't do this series justice at all, does it? Overtime in the first map. We're going the full 9 yards here in the second. But Aurora just consistently, when they need to, pull ahead of the pack.
I feel like the clutch factor has definitely been on Aurora's side. They've been much better when it comes to winning individually some massive duels. Even in those late round situations, the post plants, which is something I can't really say about Eklund. Haven't seen, in fact, any post plants here. Well, let's say a lot of post plants here in the second half. Finding those entries on Nuke is always such a difficult task for the T side. But Ryder will try to give us his best, but the problem is, oh, it's Clax on the other end.
Oh,
Patsy as well with 2 massive frags. I think that's it for this round number 22. It is Lonesome and the QQ.
Gives that a decent
That
stab,
will be
doesn't
that.
he? But honestly, that's just cruel from Patsy. After they have the 2-man advantage to push the trophy smoke like that. I mean, if he dies there, I'm calling him a fool and saying that's super unnecessary, but the fact that it works just rubs salt in the wound. Crazy scenes here in our second map of the series. It's all or nothing. Eklot fully invested into this round, but it is nowhere near all the bells and whistles. Scout on Forsey. Couple of upgraded pistols, a Galil and AK, but an uncharacteristic miss out of Grix will at least give them the advantage here. And no one, at least for now, will trade it back.
At least he don't recover the sniper rifle. That would have been such a huge pain. Norway hears a lot of footsteps on the A side. Doesn't have the back of his teammates, but finally Patsy is able to chime in from lobby. And this is where things are starting to look pretty bad for Eklot because it's Norway once again. And where's Forsey? In the grave. 13-10. It is Aurora to get the victory, not only in the second map, but in the best of 3. I can't believe that Aurora, after losing, 3 consecutive series against Eklot in a bunch of tournaments, finally able to win not only in a let's say in a 2-0 fashion, but also in a semi-final. This is a huge win for Aurora.
Certainly is. Yeah, certainly is. That's finally some real confidence and some real consistency out of them. That game against Fnatic, it was a very difficult game, but it was a real slog. You know, it went to the third map and, you know, we saw overtimes, we saw uncertainty. This didn't feel particularly uncertain at all. I think they look like the better team through and through. And even though both maps do come quite close, yeah, they did emerge as the victors, and I think the deserved ones as well. So we do now have our 2 grand finalists. It's going to be Metasport versus Aurora. And I think that is going to be a banger grand finals taking place tomorrow.
Yeah, this is going to be a very nice matchup, to be honest, because you take a look at the left-hand side of the bracket. I mean, Aurora had to go up against the likes of Fnatic, Eklot, and now they're here in the grand final. They've done some really good work, and I think we should also give a shout-out to Metasport. I mean, taking care of teams like Gun5, Ecstatic. Also, those were not easy opponents to, you know, dismantle. They had to work pretty hard, and in some cases, even dominate them to secure that victory, like we saw against the boys of Ecstatic. So a pretty big win for either team to secure the grand finals here today, but it's going to be a lot sweeter if one of them can actually walk away with the digital trophy here at Galaxy Battle Starter 2025. And I think the grand final is also going to be a best of 5 affair, so that's going to be a real grudge match between these 2 teams, and definitely worth tuning into.
Yeah, another one where those pesky VRS points are on the line as well, just a week away from the cutoff point. But, of course, a lot to look forward to. It won't be me bringing you through that grand finals tomorrow, unfortunately. But, yeah, make sure you tune in for it, folks. It's going to be an absolute blast. That's going to wrap things up from us, though. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. I've been M&J. I've been joined by the wonderful Sir Danny. And we'll be back with more Galaxy Battle action tomorrow for that best of 5 grand finals. You definitely do not want to miss it, folks. It's going to be a blast. Have a wonderful rest of your evenings, and we'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.